European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships, as well as David Bonet, the Managing Director, Oracle Kenya, and Sales Director, East, West, and Central Africa, to set the context and get us started for the day. So put your hands together for Professor Kisiangani.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm privileged to be here so that I can share with you a few issues that I have and which are also relevant to what has caused us to be here today. As you have heard, I'm Principal Secretary in the State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunication, which is a sister department in the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy, headed by Honorable Eliud Owalo. I want to acknowledge that His Excellency the President, who has given us a job to do, set the pace, and I do not know what justice anybody can do to add value to what the President has already said to us. I think the pace he sets has opened doors for more discussions about our continent. So I really acknowledge everybody who has come, despite the fact that weather has been very aggressive on us, and the rains have been on for almost 24 hours. It's great to see that all of you found some time to be here today. Besides, I want to acknowledge and ride on the protocols already established, the presence of my fellow principal secretaries, maybe permanent secretaries in some countries, and ministers who are present here, and the distinguished stakeholders in this field for turning up today. I want to say that because of time, really when you talk about a keynote speech, you probably need some things including projectors and talk for 2 hours or 3 hours. But this is not the case here today. I think I have just about 10 to 15 minutes, and in those 10 to 15 minutes, you can hardly have the leisure to do a lot of acrobatism on the issues that confront us today. So I'll be very brief, because I just want to share with you some of the things that I think are cardinal and which could contribute to our discussions. So straight away, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for Connected Africa Summit. And that means that we have privileged our continent for this conference. We are talking about Africa because Africa is our business. When Africa collapses, we collapse. Africa has many firsts. It is the home of mankind. And it has many things that many people who stay outside the continent admire. But it has also some things that many people who associate with us don't like. So, what do we do about this? I think the most important thing today is to get back to what the title says, Connected Africa. When we talk about Connected Africa, we must establish what we are connected about or what we are thinking about. What are the levels? We have intrastate connections, where our countries talk to each other, where For example, our president picks a phone and calls the president of Rwanda, and they discuss about Kenya. They can also discuss their personal things. When our president speaks, he's speaking on behalf of the Republic of Kenya. When the president of Cote d'Ivoire is speaking and calls our president, he's speaking on behalf of the people of Ivory Coast. So there's this interstate connectivity which exists. We don't know the depth, but it is there. But there is also the intrastate connectivity. It is possible for you to pick a phone in your house, or as it were, you use this mobile to call a brother, a sister, or a friend within Nairobi. If you are in Cote d'Ivoire or in Mali, in Bamako, you could be calling people within the estates of the city of Bamako. You could be in Cairo. Maybe you are in Giza, the old Cairo, and you are calling somebody across the Nile, and you're calling people in the new Cairo. You could be in Lusaka doing the same, Johannesburg. Your communication would not even be about development. But you, because of this gadget, you can solve a few problems. Maybe you want to ask them, where is the best beer to buy? That beer could be, which shop is selling the best wine? Which shop is selling the best jewelry? You are not discussing government, but you're just discussing about your personal problems. Or why don't we meet this weekend and discuss a few things about business? So within countries themselves, connectivity is critical because people don't always talk about politics. People are involved in very many other things. But these things contribute to the bigger transformation of society. It could be about culture. I'll be calling you, as it were in Kenya here. I'm asking you, if you are an Arsenal fan, when will you win a trophy? You might be very annoyed with me, but since I've just called you and said, 20 years you have no trophy, so when will you get it? You could be annoyed with me, but you keep me as your friend. But that conversation also discusses formations. It has nothing to do with politics. But you can also share knowledge of the game at personal level, and it makes a lot of sense. So, but you could be talking serious political things at that level, where citizens talk to each other. You are talking to each other and discussing serious politics. It may not be the politics of the country in question. If you are in Kenya here, you could be discussing Sudan. You could be discussing Egypt. You could be worried about Cote d'Ivoire. You could be worried about Senegal or DRC Congo. But you are here talking on phone. And then somebody would ask you, so what is the solution? There could be researchers talking to you inside Kenya. Then you say, I think if we take this dimension, we are likely to solve the problems. Because when one part of Africa is bleeding, we also bleed. So there are many things. The platform of communication resulting from this connectivity is diverse. There is the interstate, but you could pick a phone as individual citizens. You could go onto your computer as individual citizens of Africa and send an email address. An email message to some of your colleagues across the continent. You are not a state actor, but you could be asking about business opportunities in other countries, in Angola, in Botswana, in South Africa, and you are living in Uganda. So as you ask, you talk at levels. You heard our president yesterday say that you don't need a visa to come to Kenya. I think the procedure now, the way people are looking at things is that we don't need these visas. We must facilitate free movement of people. So non-state actors can still come and visit our country and discuss their personal issues. So, as citizens, you can still be connected outside the state and talk about yourselves. But there is also a connection which involves virtual communities, ladies and gentlemen. There are many virtual communities that are forming. I know you belong to some. These virtual communities, some of them, you will never get a chance in your lifetime to meet them. You are a member of a WhatsApp group of intellectuals. You know the content that comes from a certain intellectual in Africa, but you have never met them personally. I think this is the case across the continent. You associate certain content with particular leaders, but you have never met them. They are members of your WhatsApp group. You are able to communicate with these teams. You could be united around conservation. You could be united around gender issues. You could be united with them around issues of economy across the world, business, or even sports and fashion. These virtual communities share information on a daily basis. Some of them are in Africa, and they are Africa-based. Others are based in Europe, but they are doing business in Africa. These virtual communities have their own rules. They have their own government, where if you don't follow the rules, you can be jacked out by administrators, just like the police can arrest you for flouting traffic rules. So you can see that each of these connections that I've mentioned provides opportunities for transforming our lives. If we recognize just how heavy, how big the platform is, then we see where the opportunities are for our continent. So having understood, ladies and gentlemen, levels of connectivity, and especially within the digital space, we now want to ask, why should this connection happen? At a global level, Africa has issues. I don't want to call them problems, but it has challenges. Because usually when you talk about problems, you end up with lamentations. But we know we have challenges. Just in our country here, it rained the last 24 hours, and some places have flooded. How do we deal with excess rainfall? What has Tanzania done better than Kenya? And how do we come to know about it? So Africa has challenges of environmental crisis emanating from environmental issues. Just between 2010 and 2020, Africa lost more trees. 3.9 million hectares of tree cover was lost in Africa. 2.6 in Latin America. The least was from Europe. Do we have even the capacity to check who is cutting our forests? The drone technology in some countries is helping to monitor what is happening in the forests. So how can our connectivity help us to deal with the environmental crisis that we find ourselves in within Africa? That is a challenge we have. Is it any longer possible to send forest rangers to check everybody in a large expanse like the equatorial forest of Congo to find out who is cutting trees and doing illegal logging? Or it is the technology which results from this connectivity that we are talking about that is likely to help us monitor who is destroying our forests? Are we able to check who is dumping nuclear waste on our coastline, in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Indian Ocean? Some years back, we had some cargo ship deposited some nuclear waste off the coast of Somalia. Are we able, as Africa, to deal with this dumping, which is threatening our environmental stability? So this challenge tells us that in terms of connectivity, what new technologies can we all engage in and make sure everybody accesses those technologies to deal with the environmental crisis? In many parts of Africa, people will tell you it will rain today. From the meteorological departments. But you wait to see the rain, it doesn't come. Sometimes you think, does this rain have a brain? Where it refuses. It refuses. When you discover that it's coming, it just makes a decision it is not coming. The crisis of pollution in Africa is one of the reasons why we need to be connected. Pollution has been a big problem in the cities, and it is not something that is just resident in one African country. Pollution in the cities, in the villages where there are some factories, how do we deal with that alongside industrial waste? Isn't it possible that as we establish these connections, we can share knowledge and information about how best we can deal with pollution? Some of the strategies for dealing with pollution are local strategies. They are more friendly to our environment. There is no universal solution for that. But how do we make sure that if you live in Ghana and you have a local solution for that, you can share with the people of Kenya on a click of a button? Alongside that, we are now thinking about congestion in cities with their own problems, the pressures on water, electricity. Now we are planning for smart cities. What ingredients should go into smart cities? You heard yesterday the president saying that in Kenya today, we are aligning the building code to include connections of not just electricity, but also internet and fiber. So that a house is complete with modern gadgets and instruments for connectivity. From your own bedroom, you can do things, you can share knowledge. I'm talking about the question of why should this connection happen. It's because we have environmental challenges. It's because our populations are growing at fast rate. We have pollution. The bigger thing in Africa is food security now. We have talked about these things since independence, ladies and gentlemen. And because many parts of Africa have food deficit, we think that problem is a natural curse to Africa. It is not true that it is a natural curse. By embracing technologies and sharing those technologies through this connectivity that we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, we are likely to deal with the food security issues. There are people who are planting food crops without using a lot of fertilizer. Others are using wrong fertilizer. in Africa. In fact, for us in Kenya, we just discovered recently that we had, in many parts of our country, we have been using very bad fertilizer. The food production had stalled. And when the president drew our attention to that, and changed the fertilizer through knowledge, scientific knowledge, which we are now sharing with many other people, our food production went up in 1 year by over 40%. So if we can use science and disseminate those ideas to the rest of Africa, the acreage we have, despite the increase in population we have in our continent, is enough to produce enough food for us, just for domestic consumption and also for export. Then you have why we should need this connection. I was just discussing with our colleague minister from Sudan, South Sudan, that recently I traveled to the United States for an international conference. And then I discovered that the flight route from Nairobi, KLM, had to take us through east of Addis Ababa into the Red Sea and go along the coastline of Saudi Arabia, not the African side, and cross into Egypt, above Cairo, and enter Europe. The idea is to avoid Sudan. What is the impact of this? These conflicts that you find in Congo, in Sudan, are they based on wrong notions, misinformation, or what is it about? Does connectivity improve our understanding of common goals? And these common goals become the basis of working together in a way that helps our people rather than promoting hostility? How can this connectivity help to improve relations among African people so that they don't live in perpetual war and conflict? But what is critical, why we need also this connectivity, is because there are jobs across the continent which people don't know about. What jobs can the Kenyan people find in places like Zambia, especially the mining industry? Is there anything we people in Kenya can do? What jobs can we find in DRC Congo? And these jobs I'm talking about are not jobs where you go to work physically in the countries that you want to work in. There are so many virtual jobs, not just in Europe and America, but also in Africa. The African market has not opened up much. When you tell young people about this connectivity and you tell them you are looking for virtual jobs, they are looking for jobs in Singapore, in North America, and in Europe. How can we, through connectivity, access information about available jobs within the African continent? As we look for jobs in Europe without traveling, in individual African countries, we must also look for jobs without traveling to those countries. And as we do that, you reduce the risks of accidents, fatigue, illness, because you work from the bedroom, the comfort of your bedroom or your country. I think you realize that Africa faces a huge challenge of crime, sometimes related to terrorism, sometimes it's just local crime. People make mistakes, commit errors, commit mistakes, and then cross over from one country to another. Before you realize, somebody has made up cost a lot of, killed people in Kenya, but he escapes into Nigeria and starts staying a normal life. With this connectivity and sharing of information, we can deal with crime across countries. You have to ask yourself the question of what this connectivity would do in the field of education. We know very well that the Enlightenment period, the modern era, brought us schools and colleges. These schools and colleges had uniform. The uniform you put on, the military, you see them in uniform. This modernist agenda is now collapsing, it's dying. Many people cannot afford boarding fees in schools. Or even if they can afford, that money can be used for other reasons, for other causes. So, the development of virtual institutions through this connectivity will save a lot of resources. So virtual universities, we have just established one in Kenya, and it is threatening to take all the students. If you put all our public universities together, this virtual university could take away all the students, and the worry now we could really be having is, what will happen with the buildings we put up in our public universities? Time is going to come when, if you are in Rwanda, you have the National University of Rwanda, you have to start thinking what you will do with those buildings, because everybody will migrate to the virtual platform. But as you do that, it is easier to manage your time and attend classes when you can. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want just to, because I cannot talk about these many challenges which make it necessary for us to have connectivity, I just want to summarize that we shall improve the taxi systems, we shall improve telemedicine. Through telemedicine and connectivity, it is possible for doctors in Ghana to examine patients in Nairobi. It's possible for doctors in Benin to examine patients in Nairobi. It's possible for an expert in neurosurgery in Africa to be used without traveling by 3-4 countries through this connectivity and the data sharing. In terms of government across the continent, people are suffering in our continent. A lot of people camp at government offices to access services. Some of them have ailments, and you have to keep them for hours to queue for passports, identity cards, payment of taxes, because of these manual things. But now, if you travel and you have to pay your taxes, you can transact that business online. But to do that, you need to be connected. You need to have these phones. You need fiber. You need Wi-Fi. That's why Africa needs this connectivity. We can deal with traffic management. We can deal with markets. We can reduce travel expenses. We can share information about space science. Connectivity, ladies and gentlemen, is not a fashion statement. Connectivity in Africa is the ultimate necessity. We are not on a fashion show. we are on serious business of transforming our country using the digital platform. So when we gather in Nairobi here, we should be discussing how this connectivity can deal with these challenges that I have mentioned. How do we ensure that when we connect, we become safe with regard to crime, we become safe with regard to food security, and many others. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's also wrong for us to overplay the issue of connectivity without understanding the possible risks. Those who think there are risks have a point. But these risks are many. But I take solace in the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr., the Baptist preacher and a political theorist, Black American political theorist in the 1960s, Martin Luther King Jr. I'm sure you have encountered him in his writings. People say he's the one who predicted that the black person, a black man, would become president of the United States. In his famous, I have a dream, that one day on the red hills of Georgia, children of former slaves and former slaveholders will sit together on the table of friendship. But that is not the reason why I'm mentioning Martin Luther King. I mentioned that Martin Luther King because he said also, some of his writings, he said that you have no business in life if you cannot take a risk. So you guys, there are people who will come and tell you that, you know, this migration to the digital platforms will create problems. It's unethical. Of course, we are seeing things like cybersecurity. But you saw what it did during the COVID period. This connectivity helped us. Governments were able to run because of this connectivity. Suppose we had that pandemic and the connectivity was not there. In Kenya here, we completely kept everybody at home, but the government was able to run. So you have no business in life if the reason why you don't want to do things is because you fear failure or you fear certain things. You will never achieve anything. Everything you do, including taking a meal, has its risk implications. So, despite the fact that cybersecurity and other related risks exist with this connectivity, time has come for Africa to deal with the challenges, embrace the technology, but also innovatively and collectively think about how we can deal with these challenges. The option is not to get out of the platform. We must be part of this platform. So, the Nairobi conference, which is going on now, Connected Africa Summit, has one thing to deal with, one major thing to deal with. It must deal with fear. You'll go into your respective countries and they'll tell you about the fear that this thing is going to cause us problems. The fear that what Kenya knows, Uganda should not know, because each one is operating in a silo. That silo leads us to nowhere. It leads us to darkness. So you must conquer the fear factor and embrace these technologies and make a point of sharing what you know with others. It is only that will make Africa relevant in this fourth industrial revolution. It's important for you to understand that for a long time, Africa has stayed in the mood of competition and explaining its problems in terms of others. We don't want to engage on that pathway. Africa must not look at Europe and the United States as competitors. We have a common humanity. If we get technology in Africa which can solve pollution problems, it will be beneficial to America and Europe and Asia. If they get one, it will be beneficial to us. I'll give you the example of the M-Pesa thing, the money transaction. It takes a long time to open a bank account in France, a developed country, and to do that transaction. The French will tell you they marvel at that innovation in Kenya. We can also contribute as partners. Africa should abandon the feeling that they should have a confrontational attitude. Accept to learn from others, but we also must call on others, upon others, to also learn from us. So we must move from that domain of conflict and confrontation with the rest of the world to the domain of sharing and learning. Only that can we create a healthy society that is good for all of us. Because, as you were told yesterday, about 25% of the world population in 2050 will be living in Africa. Africa is the future. Now, if Africa is the future, you compare in 1950, only 10% of the world population was here. Now, in the next few years, it will be about 25, maybe even more. If Africa is the future, Africa is going back to where it was. Africa is the world, the home of mankind. It must provide leadership. If you fail to provide leadership as Africa in the Industrial Revolution, you must remember you provided leadership in the earliest civilization, and now time has come for you to take charge of the fourth Industrial Revolution and provide leadership. If you don't do it, nobody else will. Don't expect other people to do it. Let us take responsibility and get ourselves in positions where we can influence policy directions in this field of digital connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the thoughts that I had to share with you today, and I hope that the speakers that will come after me will enrich the discussion. Thank you very much.
Asante. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Thank you very much to PS Professor Kisiangani. Some good thought provocations there as we get into the first discussion. And before I call on the next speaker, David Bonet, I'd just like to draw your attention to something that is important for all of us to have here on our phones for the next 3 days that we'll be here. And that is to the Hoover app, WHOVA. So how many of us here have the Hoover app downloaded on their phones? I see at the front, good number, sizable number. Well, there's quite a number who are not, and you may be missing out on critical information because as the program continues, there are some changes that emerge and announcements that would be critical for you to take note of. For instance, just in the last few minutes, I have learned that Miriam Ferran is not joining us and is not speaking after the PS, so we will be having David next. So such updates will be on, especially in terms of where to go for breakout sessions that you'll be interested in. I believe all of us have access to the program for the next 3 days. So I'd like us to all just go to our phones and just make sure you download Hoover app and just follow the instructions using the email that you use to register. Download, it's very quick, very simple. You don't have to update your profile with all the nice pictures and everything. You can update that as the program continues, but it is also a good platform for you to contribute because you get an opportunity to ask a question. As this conversation continues here, that we're just about to start, you will be able to ask a question and place it on the platform. I will be able to see it on my end as a moderator, and we can ask questions on your behalf. Because it might take some time to lift your hand, get a mic to you, and ask the question. So please, this is for your good so you don't miss out. Also, it's Connected Africa Summit. We're all about connecting. So people here have already maybe gotten in touch with those they've seen who are in attendance and linked up using the platform like Linked Up or LinkedIn profile. So this is also an opportunity for you to network. During our sessions at the Expo, you will physically network, but you'll be able to see the attendees here. You'll be able to connect with them directly, exchange contacts. That's why we are here. I mean, we have various nations and a good number of nations represented here. I'm told about 18 CSs and PSs from Africa, Europe, and Asia that I did acknowledge at the very beginning. And I'm sure they're also represented and accompanied by their teams from their respective countries. A good number from the continent being the Connected Africa Summit 2024. So we've drawn a good number of people that you wouldn't otherwise have met. So through Hoover app, you can see the other attendees and get in touch with them directly by chatting because you don't have everyone's number here. So please, I encourage you to do that. Also, as we continue, there is a QR code that you should be able to interact with, and it should be patched on the either side of the stage here. And that is for you to be able to participate in the site visit. So I'm told by the ICT Authority team that there is a site visit at around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, and you can go and get an opportunity to visit Konza Technopolis. That's the QR code right there to scan, and NIA Fiber. NIA Fiber, that is NIA Fiber. And I'm sure it's been mentioned somewhere in the program. These are sites that you can visit, and it's facilitated by the organizing committee here. At the registration point, that will be the pickup point. So you should be able to just scan this code and also follow the instructions as you get updates as to when the vehicles are ready for those who are interested in visiting the Konza Technopolis and NIA Fiber. So as mentioned, we won't be hearing from Miriam Ferran. She is not able to join us this morning, but we have a presentation, short, crisp, and to the point from David Bonet, the Managing Director, Oracle Kenya, and Sales Director, East, West, and Central Africa. Let's give him a hand as he takes to the stage.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. Always difficult to start, to follow through, Professor, and thank you for the presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I will follow the established protocol just to save on time. I'll probably just have 3 slides that I will share with you this morning. And just following up on Prof's presentation, we're living in an interesting and exciting time in Africa. And I do believe that because of where we are of an opportunity to leverage amazing technologies that are here with us. A lot of discussions since yesterday have come up around what can we do to accelerate. And what comes to mind really is some of the key technologies that are in our space today. One of them is the cloud. The other is a lot of messaging right now is on artificial intelligence. And the other one is, interestingly, satellite network. And the reason why I say this is that we have an opportunity to leverage some of these emerging technologies to accelerate our adoption and deliver services to the citizens of our countries. I will probably this morning just share a bit around the cloud and what we're doing as Oracle in Africa to really accelerate that adoption of cloud in government, and perhaps demystify why there is a slow pace of adoption of cloud by different government institutions across Africa, not only Africa, but the rest of the world. If we look at the understanding of cloud and being in this forum of Connected, really we've spent a lot of time in the last couple of years, and I had the privilege of being the initial members of the Connected Kenya at the time in 2008, 2009, when we launched the first event, and we've seen the pace of that acceleration to where we are today. And we know today that cloud is a catalyst for digital transformation. And we've seen this in what we do today, what your phone can do today, and literally ability to translate that into what we do every day in delivering services to our citizens. We've seen cost efficiency, we've seen the performance of cloud in terms of rolling out new applications, and many others like what the President highlighted yesterday. And I will share a little about, really, from an Oracle perspective, how the challenges that we see governments facing. And I think pretty much a lot of these emanate from the fact that, yes, there is that understanding that we need to adopt cloud and some of these new emerging technologies, but they are inherent, as Professor said, risks. People talk about risks of adoption, but I think we've learned a lot, especially being a multinational, a company that we've built our database from the last 40 years, built security around it, moved it into a cloud environment, have options for customers to have cloud in their own environment, and many other aspects that we've actually developed over the years. And based on those lessons, this is what we believe now we can be able to accelerate the adoption of technology. And so, as everyone talks about security, there is also the sovereignty, which is a major, major concern for a lot of governments. I think we talk about today knowing that each country understands that we need to keep data within the country. We need to make sure we are compliant within the regulations of the country or the region. We also understand that we are in the pace of adopting data protection policies that would help navigate this complexity. We understand connectivity is not everywhere in the regions that we are in today, and that becomes a huge challenge for our citizens to access services. And that's why I mentioned about technology such as modern satellite that has become pervasive now in the world. It's been there for many years, but we know the performance of the new satellite systems can deliver connectivity to every part of the world today. Not to mention the complexity, which we know as we embark on digitization and consolidation of government workloads and services, it becomes even more challenging to integrate those services and offer efficiently services to our citizens. And it takes so long to actually roll out some of these services to the point that most governments, at some point, they just, they just say, let's do with what we have. We cannot go further than this. And of course, the biggest one is cost. Every couple of years, we're buying infrastructure to support new technology rollout or new service rollout. And this pressure on CapEx, governments have many, many priorities in healthcare, many priorities in social services and others, infrastructure. And the reality then comes to the fact that we have to make a difference, use some of these technologies, and overcome, as Professor said, the risks and the challenges. And so, from an Oracle perspective, I want to share some good news I think recently some of you had. We announced our first public cloud region in Kenya. This is the second after South Africa. If you go to the next slide, it's not the end. But this picture really demonstrates our commitment to support governments, private sector, on public entities to be able to deliver services to its citizens. And so when we made the announcement to have a public region in Kenya, this public region delivers exactly the same services as anywhere else in the world. A public region that is in Singapore or Chicago or in Europe does deliver the same services as you would deliver in Africa. And we have learned those aspects about why we should do it differently to address those challenges that most governments and private institutions are concerned about moving to cloud. And we do believe that in some regions, as you may have seen in Europe and probably in the US, the governments have their own sovereign cloud, probably in Australia as well, and the UK, for purposes of their own needs. But we do believe the public region does give opportunity for governments to accelerate and move their services onto cloud. As I said, the cost efficiencies that you will get, the quick adoption of applications onboarded onto a cloud will accelerate the government's delivery of service. I also want to mention the fact that from a security perspective, the reasons why there's always concern why we should keep our data within our own environment is that we believe that we have more control, we are more secure. But the challenge of cybersecurity, as the Prof said earlier, is that the speed of cybersecurity concerns globally today, and it's a multi-billion industry or trillion industry, is even more difficult to catch up. But when you adopt cloud, the large hyperscalers such as Oracle and many others are investing heavily on security. And based on the lessons that they have had over the years, they're able to actually provide a much more comprehensive infrastructure that secures public data. And if needed, as some of the countries have gone for sovereign data, that can be a possibility if that's an option that governments would want to ensure that their data is much more safer. So I am convinced that we're in the right time. We should leverage these technologies that we have today, and cloud is one of them. We do believe as Oracle that we will build the same capabilities that we see today in any country, in any platform that you're using to provide critical services, whether they're secure from a government perspective or whether they're confidential data, that moving that to cloud today should convince you that we will provide even better environment for you to accelerate the services for your citizens. We do believe that government efficiency can be accelerated significantly by adoption of these technologies. And I do believe that, no doubt, the benefits that arise by adoption of cloud services, applications, whether it's SaaS or platform, can save significant amount of investment that you would typically have. We do also believe that there is a cost effectiveness that comes with cloud that we would probably, those who have used cloud, do understand that the cost of maintenance, the cost of refresh, the cost of building new infrastructure is no longer part of your concerns. You only roll out applications as you need, as and when your demand is demanded by your citizens. Recently, we had the ETA announced in Kenya, and the speed of that rollout could only be achieved within an infrastructure that was already existing, or e-citizen platforms in Kenya. Those are based on cloud environments that are potentially can accelerate integration with other systems. We do believe that by adopting cloud, we will not only be able to deliver better services, but also ensure that they're integrated better, but also they're easier to actually expand without reducing the performance. So as I conclude, I want to just say that part of our commitment really as Oracle is not only just to build the infrastructure and bring the cloud, is to ensure that also the success of these new technologies is supported by capacity and skills development in the countries that we are in. And I'm happy to share that we have rolled out comprehensive programs with our Oracle Academy and Oracle University programs. And we are focused on really delivering a significant amount of training that will help the adoption of not only the native cloud applications, but also providing the skills that will support and maintain the services for citizens. We do believe that partnership with government is important and critical because we will not do this alone. We're bringing in capacity and enhancements that will continue to support governments into the future. But we do believe also, most importantly, when we work with other partners, we're even more successful. So in my conclusion, I do look forward to continue these sessions this morning. I am a big believer that we are making great progress, and every step that, similar to what we've done as Oracle to put a public cloud region in Kenya, is a massive step towards continued expansion of digital footprint. As some of you know, in 2007, the east coast of East Africa didn't have any connectivity, fiber, mentioned by the president yesterday. But today, because of that single instant of launch of initial cable into the east coast of East Africa, there's been massive development in our region. And by Oracle investing in this cloud region, we do believe that this will be the catalyst that will drive not only the adoption and acceleration of digital transformation in Kenya and in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. There you are. Thank you so much to David Bonet for those remarks and just setting out the context and giving us a good map out of where we are in terms of cloud. Of course, we know in Kenya when we hear cloud, it's a synonymous of something else, but there's much more to what it can do in terms of infrastructure and enablement in the ICT space. So I'd like to appreciate as David was making his comment and presentation, we have more people who've joined us, and I'd just like to encourage you to fill up the chairs in front of you so you cannot miss out. As for those who might need translation, Dominic and Fantas are at hand to do that, and I believe we have the earpieces for that. If you don't have one or yours isn't working as should be, please raise your hand and a member of the technical team will be with you. You could raise your hand if you're having trouble with your gadgets. I don't want anyone missing out as we continue with the conversation. But also, as we were going on with the conversation, I did notice the entry of Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui, the PS State Department for Information, Communications and Technology. Najua utasalimia tu watu kwa hewa kwa sababu program ishaendelea, but I did see you here yesterday during the opening ceremony. Karibu. Also, playing as one of our hosts is actually the effective host for us this morning is Stanley Kamanguya, the CEO of ICT Authority, clad in his African attire. You should give us your plug. I saw it yesterday as well. Kumbe suti si moja pekee. So, unaweza salimia pia watu tukiendelea na mkutano. And ladies and gentlemen, again, whoever has not downloaded Hoover app, please do so. It's going to be critical for you to follow any developments and changes to the program as we continue. As you notice, we are at 10:15, so for my panel, I'll have about till a little over 11 o'clock to continue with the conversation. So let me just segue to this area now as we go into the panel discussion and invite for this panel discussion who will join me down this row here. We were meant to have, for this conversation, His Excellency Wesley Rotich, Governor Elgeyo Marakwet. In case things change since my last update and he's here, but my last update was that he wasn't able to join us and he will not be with us. But Honorable Nixon Korir, Principal Secretary, State Department for Lands, is not joining us, but is going to be represented by Sarah Maina, the Secretary of Lands. And give her a hand as she joins me here, just next to me here. Karibu, you can join either using this side, it's probably a bit faster, or there. Next will be Patrick Kilemi was also meant to be with us. I don't know if he joined us as we were continuing. Patrick Kilemi is the PS State Department of Cooperatives. If he is not with us, we'll continue. Next up, I'll be joined by Lasina Kone. I did see him earlier joining us, Chief Executive Officer and Director General, Smart Africa. Let's give a hand to the well-clad gentleman in a very sharp suit as he joins us on stage. Don't be too far off from me as we fill up these seats here. Don't be worried, Madam Sarah. I won't bite. Just sit closer to me. It's all right. Next to Lasina Kone will be Bwana Robin Njiru, the regional lead public sector East, West, and Central Africa. And this is for AWS, which is also, just in 4 words, Amazon Web Services. Let's give a hand to the gentleman as he joins us here as well. And next to him will be joined by Anik Sako, the Government Affairs Director in Africa for Oracle. She is a colleague with David Bonet. Let's give a hand to her. And we were also meant to be having, Anik, please join me here. I feel a bit lonely because everyone is kind of leading away from the, we were meant to have Boniface Mwangania, the Director of Public Sector Digital Transformation from Safaricom, but he hasn't been able to join us. But if he does, feel free to join us. I know I've seen 1 or 2 colleagues from Safaricom. If you see him walking in, he can join the panel as we continue with the conversation. So 10:19 now, we're shooting for 11:15. Hopefully, if there's an update in timing, let's be updated, and you have my phone here for the organizers. But I'd like to encourage you on the Hoover app, you can ask your question. So if you've downloaded it, you'll see there's a section for Q&A, because we'll have that at the very end, and you will have an opportunity to ask a question, and I will be able to see it from my end using the Hoover app. So I don't want you to miss an opportunity to ask a question. Feel free to do that, because we're all about ICT and connectedness, and we want to lead by example. Don't want to walk over to you with the microphone, but if that's the last resort, we will do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, our conversation here is around empowering the government in terms of the ICT infrastructure and agile leadership, basically helping it to be more agile. And there's about six areas that we would like to cover. Given the panel, I hope we'll be covering enough ground, but there's leadership and agility, investments in digital infrastructure and human capital, collaborations and partnerships. That's why we have representation from the government and the private sector to speak to this, and addressing challenges and seizing opportunities. There'll be quite some time spent there, and ensuring inclusive, responsible governance as we continue with the conversation. So I'd like to start just right next to me, and as you introduce yourself in terms of your interest point from Oracle Africa and your experience in this conversation, I'd like to start with you, Anik Sako. You see, you should have sat next to me. You'll be first to speak. But Anik, introduce yourself with your standpoint in terms of this conversation in making sure that we have agile leadership and encourage government and private sector collaboration.
Thank you, Mark. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Kenya for inviting us to this Connected Africa Summit, which is a very great opportunity to share with our peers and with the public sector about the topic of this conference. So, as you mentioned, I am Anik Sako. I'm the Oracle Director for Government Affairs in charge of Africa. And my colleague delivered a keynote just before we started this panel discussion. And as you could see, Oracle is a cloud technology provider, and we have been working with public sector and government for many years now, helping government to bring their most critical and workload, mission critical workload into secure environments. And our solution spans, I would say, in 2 major blocks. One is the infrastructure, where we have our data centers and our cloud environment. And the other block is our applications, whereby we provide solutions for government and private companies with application to generalist application, like the enterprise resource planning or human capital management, for example, to more B2B applications. So for us, helping government develop and move into the digital transformation is key, because it's bringing them efficiency and help provide more citizen-centric services.
To Lasina Kone, there is something big happening in August later on, and something similar to this. And as representative of Smart Africa, you collectively want to build a voice for the continent in terms of the ICT space on the global scene. Because as the PS Professor Kisiangani had pointed out, there is some challenges. There's a lot of ground to cover in terms of infrastructure. But in that challenge and with that, being behind the rest of the leadership, there is an opportunity that you see in this conversation of empowering the smart governance. What are your priorities from Smart Africa's perspective?
Thank you very much for inviting Smart Africa to this event. I really, I would like to really present our gratitude to the government of Kenya for this opportunity. I look at this event as a pilot for Transform Africa Summit, which is going to happen in August. In terms of priority, and I look at your questions about agile government, smart governments, it's nice to say smart government. Then the fundamental question is, what are we up against? Why do we need agility? Because not only Africa is not limited to Africa. Most of the challenge we have, we don't know what we're up against. We're up against disruption. If we're up against disruptions, it basically means nothing is constant. The only thing that remains constant is the world change itself. That's what called us to be agile in terms of government in order to be smart. It's very simple because the disruptions does not follow rules. It follows choices. Government follow rules. Then I say this again, and I'll say it here. If Safaricom had to follow rules, the M-Pesa would never be created. It is a reality. And we are sitting today in the country where the birth of mobile money in the world happened. It never existed before. Today, Africa alone is accumulating 836 billion US dollars in transaction value, which makes Africa #1 in everything, in terms of volume of transaction, in terms of even number of mobile money account created. That is due to the agility of the government of Kenya. You gotta give them a credit, because innovation took place, then the government adjusted it.
That deserves a round of applause to the government of Kenya for this.
That's the way it has to happen. For some of you in the room here, the call for agility, it is not a luxury, it is a necessity. If we want to cheat a leap, I don't want to use leapfrog. We can't leapfrog by catching up with other nations. We have to cheat a leap, because we in Africa, we have all the ingredients. You know what are the ingredients? Majority demographic, young people. Those young people, social inclusiveness, minority. Gerontocracy, which is the majority of our leaders are older than the generation they're governing. That itself calls us for a change in agility, because you're making law for a generation way, way, way younger than you. And the only reason, the only way we can survive in this competitive world is to be also disruptive in terms of regulation, in everything, every aspect of digital transformation. I will stop here.
I'll be careful. You're seated right next to the government right there, and talking about disruption and breaking the rules. But it is true, to make some breakthrough, and in the word itself, breakthrough, you have to go against the grain. And for you, Sarah Minor, and I know there are some attempts and have been over the years, especially for the Lands Ministry, to make or implement smart governance in terms of records and what have you. But there's always that one thing about resistance. Bwana Asina has spoken about the demographic, and the leadership at the very top sometimes is not as comfortable with the new age technology and advance, because it's disruptive in its nature and would render some aspects redundant. What is your experience as secretary within Lands in terms of the uptake and encouragement of being more smart in governance?
Thank you, Mark. For the Ministry of Lands, it's really been challenging because our records date back to 1902. We know Kenya became the British protectorate and titles were issued from that time. And when we got independence, we let bygones be bygones. We never started afresh. So the Ministry of Lands is a custodian of records dating back to 1902. They have been paper records over time. And come 2018, there was deliberate government effort to go digital. And that is when we launched the National Land Information Management System. You've heard of the Ardhi Sasa. Ardhi being land now. So what happened is that we deliberately had to scan these paper records because they were getting old, they were getting lost, they were getting interfered with. And we had to put them into an electronic document management system. We started with Nairobi. And then that data now had to be put in this system to enable users interact with the information on a digital platform. And what happened is that there was a lot of struggle, not just from internally, but also externally. As government, we are dealing with users, the private landowners. We are using with professionals, the surveyors. We are dealing professionals, the lawyers. We are dealing with banks. We are dealing with other money lending institutions. How then do we bring all of them from what they knew, the paper record, to a digital platform? We had to have a lot of engagements. We were able to engage our stakeholders through the various platforms, and that was actually during the COVID time. So there was no physical interactions. So we had to talk to our stakeholders, make them understand why this National Land Information Management System. And as we speak now in Nairobi, you can search your parcel from your home. You can approach the bank to take a loan from that parcel, and the bank will be able to search the parcel and confirm you are the owner. The bank will instruct the advocate, and the advocate will be able to submit your charge instrument from their office. The instrument will be received by an officer in the lands office. In case of valuation, the valuer can see that parcel on the digital platform, on the digital cadastre, and value the parcel. The land valuer will be able to value the parcel without meeting the owner. And in the digital platform, you will get a notification on your phone that your parcel has been valued. You can now pay revenue to the government. Once you pay, the registrar can see that indeed you are buying this parcel, it has been valued, and you paid revenue to the government, and will be able to effect the transfer. And thereafter, the bank can charge and get a notification that indeed this parcel belonging to Mark has been charged to Barclays Bank of Kenya, and you get your money. So you can see where we've come from. We've come from that paper record, being able to scan the record, capture the data, involve all our stakeholders, and we're able to transact on the digital platform, especially for Nairobi. So the challenge now is how do we roll out to the whole of the country? That's where we are. We are moving one county to the next.
Robin, you've heard of the experience. This is from State Department of Lands, just for Kenya. You man, at least your regional lead for Sub-Saharan Africa for Amazon Web Services, in terms of uptake, in the name of, encouraging smart governments and smart governance, agile leadership. Map it out for us from your experience, the uptake. Kenya has been a lead, as Bwana Lasina has pointed out, with M-Pesa. It's a pity Safaricom isn't here with us. They would have been here to pat their own back. But what's your experience in the sub-Saharan space?
Well, thank you, Mark, and really glad to be here as part of Amazon Web Services representation. We've been here the last few years, so really excited to see this grow from a Kenyan and East African engagement to now an African engagement. And so even as we sit here, I can confirm what Sarah just mentioned, because I did a transaction just about 2 months ago, and I can confirm that what she said is not theory anymore. This is actively happening. So indeed, congratulations to her.
How big a piece of land? I'm just joking.
I think for the sake of peace and security,
go ahead.
Let's have a private
conversation.
But
in that, we'll get to the point of data safety.
Yes, we will.
Yes.
But I think from an Amazon Web Services perspective, we're seeing that as citizens and businesses interact a lot more with, and they're consuming a lot more digital content and becoming increasingly reliant on digital content for their services, for information. And in fact, if you look around the room, you might see some people on their devices already. They're actively consuming digital content as we speak. And this populace is then now expecting the same of their governments. In fact, if you look at the next generation, the younger ones, as we like to refer to them as digital natives, just in the same way they consume their personal services, they're keen on demanding from governments that governments be able to deliver services in the same way. And therefore, in fact, Forrester confirms that governments, even though it's at different levels, governments around the world have implemented or are implementing different sorts of digital initiatives. And cloud, as was mentioned by my industry colleague, cloud is right at front and center of this revolution. And for us as Amazon Web Services, we are the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud computing platform. In fact, based on Gartner's last 12-year run, we are rated leader in the cloud infrastructure and platform services. And therefore, just looking at our experience, even in Africa, we've now been in Africa over the last 20 years. We are excited with the kind of engagements we've continued having with governments, in public sector, in private sector, with the largest to smallest of startups, to be able to really power them, to be able to drive agility, as was mentioned by my colleague Lasina, be able to accelerate their innovation, because it's not just agility for the sake, to be able to accelerate their innovation and also to be able to lower their own costs. As a result of that, over the last, I believe, 6 years, we've invested over $800 million on the continent in order for us to then be able to be part of Africa's smart digital engagement.
I mean, for someone to invest that amount of money, they've seen the opportunity, which is what we're getting into now, the conversation on investments. And feel free now to interject and build up on a point, but I'll throw it again to Akhil, because I feel from your point of Oracle, much as we're talking about, there is a demographic of a younger generation that is going to be taking up the digital space. It's not by choice, it is by preference. And much as in the leadership and decision-making echelons of different governments and different organizations, we have the older generation. It's not necessarily a thing of a coup d'etat type of perspective, but there is the question of what opportunity for those who have the spend power, like AWS has just spoken, the investment of 800 million USD. What investment opportunities do you see within the continent, and especially for building the digital infrastructure that we need? We've seen the mapped out picture that we have from David Bonet. What opportunities do you see?
Thank you, Mark. This map that David projected shows you the world. And for us, Africa is not a silo. We want to have the same level of technology that we provide to customers in Africa as much as in American continent or in Japan. So we are investing in data centers. Like you say, we are increasingly investing in data centers because we are looking at providing services and getting closer to the customers in the continent, but with the same top quality that we have in other data centers. Because for us, a public region should provide services to the customer wherever they are. So for us, it is important to provide those solutions that we have been provided so far on premises to customers, especially government, and give them the ability to deploy those solutions with security, with the data disaster recovery capacity in the cloud to have integrated services. We are providing, I would say, the broadest portfolio of application in our cloud. And we want that to be also a solution for the government when they want to streamline their processes, get more efficiency, really leverage on the emerging technology to improve in terms of policy making with analytics, taking the power of the data that is available to them, and also to be efficient in terms of taking advantage of artificial intelligence, for example, to fast track all the information that is available to them. And we see that having a young population in our continent, it's putting pressure on the government because, like my colleague rightly said, the citizen and the young citizen in our continent are expecting government to deliver similar services that the one they can get from their bank or their telco provider. And for that, governments are looking into delivering services through our cloud technologies, and it's also a way to be more efficient, to integrate, and to lower costs. And our peculiarity is that Oracle is also very attentive to multi-cloud in the sense that we are giving the possibility to our customers to work not only in our cloud, but also be integrated with other clouds like Microsoft, so that they have the choice to take the best out of whichever hyperscaler they have been using for. So really giving government the way and the tools to really modernize and bring innovation into the systems so that they can offload all these technicality of maintenance, of upgrade, etc., to the hyperscaler, and then use the resources to plan for more projects that are really meeting requirement of our population. We mentioned M-Pesa. M-Pesa was created because it was really mapping the needs of our population. It's not a standard cut application. And this is what we want to allow government to do and be really delivering services to the citizen in the most modern way.
Thank you, Anik. And clearly you're enabling governments, you're providing the infrastructure. And Robin, I can see, sorry about that, I can see you want to build up on this point, and then I'll bring it to Bwana Kone.
Yes, Mark. It's because I'm really very excited about Africa's demographic dividend, because I think, as already highlighted earlier by our speaker, when over 70% of the population is below the age of 30 on average, that gives Africa a very unique opportunity. We also are told by 2050, I think a quarter of the world's population is going to be based here. That's just one data point. The next data point is that we are hearing a lot about cloud in the room. Right now, if you base on LinkedIn, cloud is a highly sought after skill globally. But as we talk about, with only 15%, under the world's workload, just under 15% of the world's workload sit on the cloud. That presents tremendous opportunity, even though governments and private and startups are adopting it at such a fast pace. But what does that then mean? It means that there is a unique opportunity for us to look at Africa's digital demographic dividend as an opportunity and not as a risk, because it could be a risk if we do nothing about it. But it's an opportunity for us because if we have available opportunities within the borders and across, it means that we can enhance the skills of our young people and ensure that as they get the right skills, because we are now enabling them with skills that are relevant in any part of the world, not just because they're no longer competing for Kenya or even within Africa. They're competing beyond the continent. And therefore, with that realization, I think we also had what our colleagues are doing. There's a need for us to partner with creating an environment for future-ready skills. As AWS over the last 5 years, I know that we've trained over 300,000 African, predominantly youth, with not just skills, but certification that lead them to entry-level roles across in different parts of the world. And the recognition of this kind of talent is what then led also to AWS's launch of the Development Center just about 6 months ago here right in Nairobi. And I can tell you, when the president was launching it, we had about 20 engineers. Today we are talking triple digits. And that will continue growing as an appreciation of local and young talent. So I think for us, we are excited about the opportunity that the demographic dividend provides, and we look forward to really being part of Africa's transformation and growth.
And what I like about, and it was mentioned by PS Kisiangani, that this space is disruptive. So as you've mentioned the certification, you always have to update, even in the trainings. And the good thing about the digital space is that it has an evening aspect to it. So there's no Africa version, like software version for Africa 2.0, and the rest of the world is on another version of the app in terms of digital, leading in a digital space. So to you, Bwana Lassina, because you are pushing for Smart Africa, it is non-negotiable, that's where we're going. But there's a question of the risk about data safety. And I believe that's why there's a upheaval in terms of, not upheaval, but not too enthusiastic about adopting or embracing the digital space and government services being provided online because there's that aspect of trust. Is my information safe on certain platforms? But to be honest, will we ever get to a point where everything is foolproof in terms of security in this space?
To be very bold, we will never be safe at 100%. But as you're developing solutions to be bulletproof, hackers are developing other ways to get through. Now we're going into the AI. Cybersecurity and AI, you don't need an expert in cybersecurity to create a Trojan horse. The AI will give you the code. We just have to have the mindset that everything is constantly changing and we're improving to protect ourselves. Back 20, 25 years ago, we didn't have cybersecurity. We had semantic, you remember? As we're moving forward, things are changing. However, the cyber hygiene is one of the obstacles which is also preventing the proliferation of a real broadband in Africa. We are today, 46% of our on the continent are connected. We have 54% not connected due to 4 reasons. 1, affordability. 2, smart devices. 3, content, local content. 4, cyber hygiene. Oh, I don't really know about technology. But I admire the PS before us, and he speak. He said, you have no business in life if you can't take a risk. There will always be a risk, but we need to make sure we develop our platform by taking cybersecurity and the privacy into account by native, but it will never stop. Digital transformation, first of all, is about transformation of mindset. It is not about scanning documents. It's not about digitalization of papers. It's a transformative of our mindset. We need to have that.
And to Sarah, because that segues into this question about the challenges in adaptation or embracing digital services, mindset, we have to update our software here to be able to, before we talk about accessibility to devices or even affordability, just acceptance for you as you have rolled out certain services in digitalization of in the Ministry of Land, State Department of Land. What do you see as the main challenges in adopting and embracing the digitization and making smart governance a reality?
Thank you, Mark. As you say, it is the change of mindset. Even at the initial beginning, the minds that had to be changed were our own minds. We are coming from a position where all land records and all land documents are based on an act of parliament, to the extent that even to the officer, they could not believe that I would stop preparing that deed plan as a surveyor and prepare changes in the cadastre, subdivide the land on a digital platform. Because we believe that I have to walk to the land, I have to draw the design of the land, and I have to produce a map and give to the landowner. So we are removing that manual map and showing a cadastre on the platform. So what we had to do first was do a lot of change management to the officers, and then the senior officers will cascade that information. Because once you're able to convince the officer, the user of the information in Nairobi, and then post that officer to the field station, they're able to inform the officers, and they can see it as worked in Nairobi, it can work. Just most recently, I was in Isiolo, and as we were talking of the younger demographics, when we reached Isiolo, we were able to recruit young people, graduates, and within 1 week, show them what we wanted on how they were going to scan that data. And then through the last mile connectivity with the Ministry of ICT, we were able to relay data to Nairobi and we're able to capture that data to launch Ardhisasa in Isiolo County. So what happens is that change the mindset. Show the user that this paper record you've been working on the manual platform, you can work on it on the digital platform. I know the hardest people to convince were the advocates. I'm an advocate myself, an internal one. And we had to go to the field and talk to our colleagues and tell them, yes, we are lawyers like you. We were in the same law school. We were taught the same conveyancing. That transfer instrument that you are taking, preparing and stamping, you can still do it in the digital platform. It was difficult, yes, but they are now reaping the benefits. So it begins by change the mind of the user and let the user now preach the gospel. And once the benefits gets in, you'll see more people adopting to that environment. So it's possible.
So she agrees with mindset. I'm sure you do too, Robin. But earlier you did mention the president attending one of the opening groundbreaking ceremonies for AWS. Beyond just attendance, a speech, and endorsement in the public space, behind the scenes for you, when we get into the conversation of collaboration and partnerships from private sector to government, and I'll come to you too as well, Anik, to speak about the mitigation measures you would advise and you would see helpful for this particular enablement of smart governance and government. For you, Robin, what have you seen play out that has been helpful in international partnerships that has helped your work and helped you get to the masses and to the market here in sub-Saharan Africa? In Kenya, first an example, and sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think for us, first and foremost, is M-Pesa has been referenced quite significantly in this conversation. And I think one of the reasons I kept thinking why M-Pesa became so successful was because it was addressing a need that could only have been addressed in Africa and not any other part of the world, with a significant population of people that was unbanked. In most other parts of the West, that was not going to be an issue. So relevance is really right at the top of the way we need to develop our digital transformation engagements. I can give you an example, another example. About a month ago, I was in Accra, spending time with one of our customers who is a Pan-African pharmaceutical. And they have pharmacies in the most remote parts, not just of Ghana, but of several parts of African cities and villages. They went beyond just using artificial intelligence to be able to prescribe and manage the inventory, but now have a screen at the pharmacy where you have a clinician with no really medical skills. And therefore, with this screen, the clinician just takes your vitals and says they pick your heartbeat, they pick your blood pressure, and then there is a doctor that sits, as PS Kisiangani said earlier, who sits in different parts of the world, sometimes in Ghana, sometimes across outside of Africa, but is able to prescribe, diagnose and prescribe based on what the vitals have been picked across the screen in some remote village. This is only something, again, that would be done in places. So we're not just talking agility for agility's sake, but we're saying agility that enables innovation that then remains relevant within the countries that we are working in. And of course, different countries within the continent are at different stages of their own development. In fact, I think if we had time, another topic I like having is a framework developed by PwC that talks about government 1.0 to Gov 5.0 that starts everything from just digitizing services, which we're already in as a country, to actually then moving to streamlining operational execution at Gov 3.0, where now services, in the first two stages, services grow. We are really putting a lot of services. But at stage 3, we start seeing a decline. Why? Because we are now starting to appreciate the operational efficiencies. And by stage 4 and 5, we're now saying government is working and operating around the citizen's life events. Birth. So when a citizen gets born, where we've seen this work very well, it triggers automatically a message to the birth registration side, to the citizen engagement, and therefore then that is now really at the most extreme end. Every single country is in its own journey. I think for me, it's about us working with them, but on the other hand, ensuring that this is relevant engagements.
For Anik, as the Government Affairs Director, and you deal with many governments within the continent in representing Oracle, what have you seen as bottlenecks that have prevented the advancement and onboarding of some of the enabling infrastructures that you are building and providing for certain governments? And what do you feel are the mechanisms that governments can encourage to have knowledge sharing, resource sharing for the populace?
Thank you, Mark. I think we have all discussed that the first major block on the road is the fear of adoption. Why? Because people do not want to get outside their comfort zone because they lack knowledge. And this is where we, Oracle, are partnering with government to increase the skills for the workforce, because we want them to have the tools to reskill and upskill their own workforce. They have some tools, but they need to take advantage of the school. And this is how government will be able to progress in the innovation and digital transformation. So we partner with government and provide them with resources and programs to help the workforce know more about new technologies and adopt and practically learn up to certifications so that they can be comfortable using and even developing. It's a matter of co-creating with governments. And this is for the workforce, but we also see that we have a gap with a lot of civil servants now getting older and reaching retirement age, whereby we need to really address the digital skill for the youth, and not only for the students in the school, but also for the young generation entering government organization. And this is how government will also be able to attract talent, because they can only pursue the digital transformation if they have the right resources to operate in digital transformation. And we were also talking about what opportunities we see. We work a lot with the young people and the youth to train them, because UNESCO has indicated that in a couple of years, 75% of the job will require digital skills. So the future jobs will require digital skills. And for Oracle, it's very, very important, because education is something very close to our heart. And we work with government to deploy some program, partnering with universities and educational institutions to train the students and include some technology and digital skill in the curriculum so that they can be ready either to enter government or to work with private sector, or even to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, because we are able to provide solution to our own concern. Yesterday, I think we talked about e-commerce. We have a lot of people working in agricultural sector, but what we see is a lot of loss in the production because we lack the connection between the producers and the buyers. And these young people who have been witnessing situation in African continent are able to provide solution, e-solution and platform to help this connection and improve, for example, the flow and the trade in the agriculture sector.
And I'm not saying that PS Professor Kisiangani or PS Engineer Tanui are threatened by the talk about enabling the younger generation, because they seem very switched on in terms of digitally speaking. I mean, I see their tablets and what have you. So is there really necessarily, and you can respond to this too as well, but Anik, as you enable governments and as you're focusing on the younger demographic, is there necessarily a digital age, or is it a question of just being switched on at whatever demographic of age and leadership that you are in?
I think the digital age is there. It's not like something we have to switch on. It's like it has come upon us. We can see that the young population now, I would say they were almost born with a smartphone in their hands. So it's really, they have already adopted it.
Yeah. No, what I mean is, for those who are in the leadership positions right now, the conversation keeps going as if you have to make way for the younger generation who are digitally switched on. But it's a choice to make, that I want to be more sensitized and educated in terms of digital platforms. So it's a thing of choice, right? Just for reassurance, because there are about 18 governments represented here, just so that they know.
It is also part of their intentional way and the way they see the future. They want to be smart.
Yeah.
They want to be more effective, bring innovation in the way the government operates, cut costs, be agile, And this is something that will be...
All about being agile. And to Lassina, and as you speak to that, there's always this conversation, especially when we're talking about AI, we say, oh, AI has missed out on some cultural nuances, so we don't really have to be worried about it. But I'm sure a good number of us here have used AI to prepare a presentation or two whenever they were caught up in time. Let me see some hands, nothing to be ashamed about there. This is one. I've used AI. It's just as a reference point, ladies and gentlemen. We all used Wikipedia back in the day, Google as we were graduating. Now people will be saying, I would like to thank AI for this graduation that has been effected. Come on, guys. Let's be honest. Who's used AI? I see a hand there. I see a hand there. Yes, there you go. There you go. Yes, there you go. Let's embrace it. Not to sound like KJ. But we always say, as if we're buying time. It's not ready for Africa. There's some nuances that they haven't quite caught up in terms of AI adoption of some of the skills and work that will be, jobs that will be declared redundant. What do you say to that?
I'm sure that even the questions of this panel were prepared by AI. Yeah, when I read it, 15 questions, I knew it. I can see it. Yeah, the questions were prepared by AI, right?
Well, the guidance questions were, but what we are talking about here has been a build-up on what has been said. But yes, you're smart, Sam. That tells me you've used AI as well in the presentation.
Of course. No, of course. AI, in fact, you have to look at the AI as a co-pilot which has more than 50 bachelor degree and master's degree in your pocket. Because it depends on the prompt engineering. What do you ask AI? So not everything is AIable, but everything must be transformed digitally. Yep. So AI is like 50 master's degree and bachelor degree in my back pocket. By saying that, we should not be afraid of AI, because in fact, the opportunity that AI represents for Africa is actually much bigger than the West. And I would be very simple. We were just talking about digital age. I don't call it digital age anymore. I call it digital enabled age. When you say digital age, you're probably addressing young generation who are switched on. What about my grandmother in Mombasa, who's never been to school? How do I allow my grandmother to use that technology that you have in Swahili and do whatever she wants as you are doing it? That's what's called adoption of digital transformation in the local context. And the only platform technology that can take Africa there is the AI. A lot of buzzword about AI, AI international corporations, AI in businesses, AI in governments. The only thing you must remember, if we are to advance Africa social economic development with the citizen-centric, the citizen at the middle of our services either receive a public service. We heard yesterday from the minister they developed more than 15,000 e-government services or private services. How do you address that citizen? Is that citizen tech savvy or is not tech savvy? What do I do with the AI to make the service inclusive? Right. Because anything for us in Africa which does not address inclusivity and sustainability, it might be backfiring to the government. Right. So AI is a proper tool for taking our government from point A to point B in terms of social inclusiveness.
Sarah, you'll allow me to just hand it over because he's gesturing like he wants to.
Yeah, I think very quickly, maybe first to talk about the digital. You talked about the digital age. I think it's more a digital mindset. Right. Because I can tell you that I've been in a function with a PS, and I think also His Excellency was there. And when I rose to speak, I had a printed paper, despite being in the industry. And then they flashed out their tablets, and you could tell it was nothing about age. It was clearly a whole mindset thing. But when you come to artificial intelligence, I think for us, having been in artificial intelligence now for a while, we keep bringing it back to the basics. I think like Lasina mentioned about what are we really working on artificial intelligence getting to do. There's so many use cases that artificial intelligence can really be a differentiator. For me, case in point, I mean, there's education, there's health, there's public policy, so many use cases. But I think about, like again, I like to reference cases of people that are actively using this. A customer of ours that is using this to really address cancer cases within Africa. Currently, we are working with them in Kenya, Rwanda, and Nigeria. The reality is that the rate of, or the ratio of oncologists to cancer patients in Africa, we're talking 1 to thousands, whereas in the West, we're talking 1 to 300. Definitely, when we then look at cancer data, it will be biased, if you think about it, because the oncologists that are more in the West, then if you feed the AI models, they'll be biased towards one population. And therefore, there might be real need to keep building up that data. So I'm very excited about this organization that we are working with to be able to ensure that there is a lot more African cancer data so that then we can intervene. And the only thing that is enabling that from a diagnosis, prescription, patient management is really that we are doing this through AI.
All right. Now, we're in the wrap-up session, and I'd like to throw this to you, Sarah, and it is directed to Safaricom, but you can agree on in terms of what is going to be brought out by Anil Kumar, who I believe has asked on Hoover platform. And he says, as the government is pushing services on the digital platform, I work in Masai Mara University, and we are dedicated to transform all our services in digital form. My question is, and he says it's to Safaricom, why do they reduce connectivity? Do they not reduce connectivity service? Safaricom internet is really expensive in their view. We can do many things if these internet providers can lower their prices. Mr. Lasina did mention cost as an aspect. In your experience, as you scale in terms of digitizing land services, is this something that you would echo for costs and accessibility to the rest of the country?
Thank you, Mark. Yes, cost is really an issue, and especially the area of connectivity. You realize as we even use the connectivity from Ministry of ICT, sometimes we have challenges with cyber cuts, and we have to resort to Safaricom, which is really expensive. But when you look at the benefits in terms of revenue of what we are gaining, being on a digital platform as opposed to the manual platform, I think it's something worth considering.
Here's something that, yes, you can respond, Mr. Lasina.
Yeah, I just want to add something very important for the audience to know. Africa do not have a connectivity problem. We have affordability problem. It's two different things. Because today, usage gap in the mobile broadband represent close to 60%. You know what does that mean? It means 6% of our population have the infrastructure for mobile technology, but people are not using it. Overall coverage gap, which is number of people in Africa which are not covered completely, today is less than 20%. Should we focus on the coverage gap by covering people, a lot of people, not using it? Or should we be addressing the usage gap where our MNO have invested infrastructure, but because of lack of proper regulations, people are not using it because of the cost, because of the smart devices, because of the contents, because of the cyber hygiene? Africa do not have a connectivity problem. We have affordability problem. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the PS Broadcasting and Telecommunications State Department is here and is listening very keenly. And this is a question to you, Anik. And this is Leila Dekar. Thank you for that question that you posted here. What infrastructure do you think is best for e-governance? And Robin, you could chime in on this after Madam Anik. Should government consume cloud from private sector or design independent open source nationally based cloud? What is the case in Kenya? But you could speak to that question earlier.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Of course, for us, we think that it's a better option for government to use fully digital platform because it will enable them not only to bring innovation and efficiency in the way they operate, but also to streamline and have performance. In terms of what kind of cloud environment should the government use, Oracle has different cloud in terms of implementation, and this is what we think is giving the government the best option to select so that they can have really a full digital platform. We mentioned the public regions that are data centers where we provide cloud services to customers across the world. We currently have 41 of them across the world where any government can use the data, use the services, use the application, and be ensure about the security and innovation. The question about having their own data center and develop them in open source would be challenging, but what Lassina said, we have cybersecurity, which is a concern. We have artificial intelligence that beats the cybersecurity, but the technology moves so fast that it's not the objective or the mission of a government to sit there and design a data center in open source on top of that, because it will always be lagging behind the technology and exposed. This is why our recommendation will rather be to go to a hyperscaler. We have the public cloud region. We're working in Africa at the moment with government who want to have dedicated cloud region, which is a data center within their own data center, the infrastructure for the cloud dedicated to the government. We can have hybrid environment. We can also have multi-cloud, whereby they use Oracle Cloud and also other hyperscaler cloud.
Thank you for that. And to you, Robin, the best, in your view, for e-governance in terms of choices for the government, is it from private sector or own open source?
Look, Mark, a lot of times when you speak to governments and customers, one of the biggest gaps is actually how their data is managed. You know, there's a phrase going around in the last 2 to 3 years, data is the new oil. It's actually always been the oil. It's just that it's not been managed well. And as part of what my colleagues said on the panel, the reality is that the kind of, even if you look at the last 2 to 3 years, the amount of data generated in the last 2 to 3 years is a lot more than ever since before the period before that. And that will just continue to be the pace. Do we then continue trying to catch up with local infrastructure, or do we actually leverage infrastructure that's existent already in different parts of the world? And when I talk about us being the most comprehensive and broadly adopted, I'm talking also about just the sheer amount of infrastructure that's invested across different parts of the world. And I referenced the $800 million of investment in Africa. That also includes a region, it includes local zones in multiple countries, it includes, and Kenya already announced as well, it includes an multiple edge locations with Kenya also in this. So I think it shouldn't be a local versus public infrastructure kind of conversation. It's really about leveraging the synergies of both. Because, for example, there's some workloads that will predominantly sit on-prem. Why? Because of either data localization and sovereignty laws or or latency needs, and that cannot change, not in the near term. And so we then have to seek the balance of that. And let's also avoid a situation where, I liked Lassina's comment, cheetah leap, not leapfrog. If we're going to cheetah leap, we're not going to then get caught up in developing, for example, solutions that have already been in place for many, many, many years. And lastly, I think, let me conclude by saying this. A lot of times within the borders, we think just of data security being only within our borders. I'd like to tell you that as an organization, we are proud but also really humbled by the responsibility. I think about a year or two ago, when we worked together with the Ukrainian government, when they got attacked, to be able to ensure that they remained running by really moving their data records. We are talking banking records, land records, prison records, citizen records, and relocating them from outside of the country, of the borders, so that the country could continue. And this we're talking about days, not weeks or months. And that just communicates the sheer power of cloud computing and the difference that it can make to countries.
And actually, the next conversation that we'll be taking a break for after the tea break is actually on safeguarding growth and building resilience, the future of Africa with AI and impact of cybersecurity. But I want to get to, as you conclude, Sarah, and then you can have the last word. And if there's a burning point, you could chime in to Anik or Robin, but I believe Robin has made his last comment there. Moez Ali Bai, I believe that's the pronunciation. You ask, what skills and mindsets do government leaders need to effectively lead digital transformation initiatives? Actually, I'll hand that to Bwana Lasina, and I'll hand a different one to Sarah. Yes, this one, you can answer this one. How can governments foster a culture of innovation and experimentation to embrace new technologies? And you can speak from your experience of what you've been rolling out. To you, Sarah, and then I'll come to you, Bwana Lasina. Sarah, you can start. Yes.
Yes. How did we embrace technology based on our experiences?
Yes. So there's how can governments foster a culture of innovation and experimentation to embrace new technologies?
Yes. Okay. So I think it's, in terms of technology, it was about time. Because you are in a situation where everything is changing digital. As government, you could not afford to remain the same. As we speak of government and a public officer, people imagine that old office with paper records going up the shelves. But we are moving to a situation where everything is changing. So government had to change. We are in a situation where everything in terms of banking, in terms of communication, in terms of technology, was embracing the current technological changes. So officers in government also had to change. As PS told us, you must take the risk and change. So it was about taking the risk. It was about embracing what's happening in the marketplace, what is happening in other jurisdictions. We attempted to borrow technology from Sweden. We had Swedish supporting us, but it was a question of just scanning our paper records and putting them in image form. So come 2018 now, government took over, and it was not only the ministry, but together with Ministry of ICT and our security agencies. And the question was asked, how then do we move from having images to a system that we can actually transact on?
Yes.
So you can see it was a question of mindset, adopting what has happened in another jurisdiction, and then get a homegrown solution.
Right.
So the solution that we adopted was not from anyone else, but it was a homegrown solution where different sectors of government are coming together and saying, this is where the world is going. As the government of Kenya, how do we get there? So that's what happened for us.
Asante sana, Sarah, and you could chime in on that, and you've responded to something that also was on the question of what skills and mindsets, beg your pardon, do government leaders need to effectively lead digital transformation initiatives? This is a gospel you've been spreading over the years, Lasina.
Yeah, thank you. We don't need banks, we need banking service. We don't need hospital, we need medical services. Uberizations of everything. You see, it's the mindset. We don't need banks, we need banking services. Today, where Safaricom has arrived, how many banks you will have to build? In fact, I probably say that Safaricom is actually the biggest bank of Canada, of Kenya. We don't need hospital, we need medical services. If you look at the ratio of patients per doctor, in Niger, for example, is 20,000 people per one doctor. But I can get medical services in villages where there's no hospital. That is the mindset. In fact, we're living in a disruptive world. That's the skill we need to teach them. And you know what? The younger generation, they understand that. We are the one who don't. Because for people who came here, try to call your son or your daughter home, she or he is trying to buy something in Kenya, you say it's not available. He will Google it or she will Google it. She will tell you where to buy. That is the mindset. How many educational reform we have taken since the independence? Amazon, they're here. Google are there. They don't hire today based on a bachelor degree, right? No, you don't need a bachelor degree to work at Amazon. You need talent, you need the skills. That's why you have a certification program as Oracle. We in Africa, we still have people teaching anthropology. Well, with all due respect, a fundamental mindset has to occur. And since we have the demographic advantage, we believe we are better poised to leapfrog, not to leapfrog, to cheat the leap other nations. That is the mindset that everything around us is changing. Thank you.
Let's give a hand to our panel, and I couldn't have concluded it better. Thank you so much for lending us your experience from where your standpoint. So to Lasina Kone, as they take to their seats, let's give him a hand, the Chief Executive Officer, Director General of Smart Africa. Asante Sana. Keep the claps going. And, oh, hold on. I'm told, let's just stand and take a photo as I appreciate them. We're taking a photo. Thank you, sir, for that reminder. I'd like to also appreciate next to me Anik Sako, the Government Affairs Director, Africa Oracle, as well as Robin Njiru, the Regional Lead, Public Sector, East, West, and Central Africa. That is Amazon Web Services. And Sarah Maina for joining in and sitting in on behalf of Honorable Korir as Secretary of Lands, State Department of Lands, and for your contribution. Asante Sana, give him a hand as they take a photo. Let me jump in as well as a moderator. Take a smile here, and I'll be segueing into the next conversation. We're not taking a tea break, just in the interest of time. Let me smile. Just give me a second. Asante Sana to this panel for starting us off, and a very strong point there. It's all about mindsets and cheetah leap. That's what I'm taking home with me as well. Santini Sana, and next up, Moses Kemibaro, if you may please come up with a smile. I know I've eaten a bit into your time, but I know you will forgive me. But we did speak a bit about AI, which is something you will authoritatively take on in conversation. He is an expert in this space. We've interacted before. Give a hand to Moses Kemibaro, the next moderator for our next session. And he will be telling us who to expect and what to expect. And remember, Hoover platform, please ask the questions. He will be reading that as well at the tail end to give you an opportunity. Moses Kemibaro, karibu. So just so that it doesn't seem like I was lying, this is Moses Kemibaro. You can say hi as I look through what I need to introduce, because there's some context that's going to be laid before his conversation.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be at Connect Africa Summit. My name is Moses Kemibaro. I'm the founder and CEO of .Savvy. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll be the moderator for the next session. Thank you.
All right, and he can actually take his position right there as he waits on his panel. But before that, set in the context, we will be having the PS State Department of ICT and Digital Economy Engineer John Tanui to just join us here for keynote address, as well as the others who I'll be introducing as they come up. Karibu, it's just setting the lay of the land in terms of the conversation that we're taking up next. Karibu, as I introduce you, please give a hand to Engineer Tanui.
Thank you, Mark and colleagues. Your Excellencies, the ministers present, colleagues, principal secretaries, Chairman of the ICT Committee at the National Assembly, Honorable John Kiarie, members of Parliament present, CEOs present, good morning. It's with great honor that I join you to discuss a topic of utmost importance, safeguarding growth and building resilience. The future of Africa with artificial intelligence and the impact of cybersecurity. As a country, Kenya, we are deeply committed to harnessing the transformative power of technology to drive Africa's development agenda, and I believe this aspiration, not only myself, but the whole country. You witnessed the comments of our president yesterday and our commitment towards putting technology in the center of our economic development. In our pursuit of progress, we are guided by the ambitious aspirations set forth in Africa Agenda 2063, a blueprint for the Africa we want. At its heart lies a vision of prosperous, integrated, and peaceful continent, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the global arena. To realize this vision, we must harness the transformative potential of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, ensuring equitable access, ethical use, regulatory compliance, and many more. The African continent, with its African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, stands as a testament to our collective determinations to unlock the economic potential of our continent. As we embrace the fourth industrial revolution, AI emerges as a catalyst for innovation, driving efficiencies across several industries, creating new opportunities for an inclusive growth. However, with great opportunity comes great responsibility. We must navigate the complexities of harmonized AI policies and regulations with foresight and agility, striking a balance between fostering innovation and safeguarding the rights and dignity of our citizens. In this endeavor, we draw inspiration from the United Nations General Assembly's Global Resolution on Artificial Intelligence, which underscores the importance of harnessing AI for the benefit of all humanity. Our AI future holds immense promise, from revolutionizing healthcare, education, agricultural productivity, environmental sustainability, and even more. Yet to fully unlock its potential, we must bridge the gap between social impact and policy relevance, ensuring that our AI initiatives are grounded in the realities of our communities and aligned with the aspirations of our people. There have been many conversations about AI, the advantages it brings, the efficiencies it delivers to our economies, but also the risks it poses, the red lines that must be agreed to be drawn, and there have been many conversations on the same. Recently, there was a global summit for democracy and was looking at these emerging technologies and its impact in the decisions of our people, how to ensure that these tools are not used to influence our democratic decisions or bias opinions to create an impression that they are majority opinions, yet it's driven by tools and technologies like AI. Central to our discussion at this summit is the indispensable role of cybersecurity in fortifying Africa's digital landscape against evolving threats. As we witness the exponential growth of our digital connectivity, which earlier on has been highlighted here, that our problem is not largely connectivity, and I agree, it's about actually access and affordability. we must also confront the corresponding rise in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity infrastructure development is not merely a technical imperative, but a strategic imperative safeguarding our critical assets and preserving the trust of our citizens and partners. We've made great strides in connectivity, but to safeguard the benefits of the enhanced connectivity and digitalization, we must ensure we have sound cybersecurity infrastructure and policies. Future-proofing our networks requires a holistic approach that transcends borders and sectors, strengthening the mobile ecosystem and enhancing collaboration amongst our various stakeholders. AI emerges as a potential ally in this endeavor, empowering us to proactively detect and respond to threats in real time, thereby ensuring the resilience of our digital infrastructure. Moreover, the opportunities presented by cybersecurity domain extends far beyond risk mitigation. By investing in cybersecurity talent and innovation, we can unleash a wave of creativity and entrepreneurship, driving job creation and economic prosperity. As we navigate the complex interplay between technology and society, let's embrace the ethos of responsible innovation, where security and privacy are not afterthoughts, but foundational principles, normally what we call security by design. Cybersecurity and AI domains can never be harnessed in isolation. This calls for a collaborative approach and peer learning. For example, a few days ago, one country launched the first multilingual large language model, which aims to ensure stronger language representation in existing datasets for development of AI solutions. This is what we can replicate to ensure that Africa is not left behind in AI-driven solutions. In conclusion, the future of Africa with AI and the impact of cybersecurity are intricately linked to our ability to safeguard growth and build resilience. By harnessing the transformative power of our technology or technologies available to us, and ensuring fostering collaboration and innovation, upholding the principles of equity and inclusion, we can chart a course towards a brighter and more prosperous future for all our people in the continent. Finally, one of the most important actions we can take to ensure that we indeed safeguard our growth and continue to build the resilience of our continent is in our talent. We must invest in the talents we have, we must scout for the best talent, and we must provide a platform for collaboration. We had conversations with my colleague PSS from various countries, and we agreed one of the first things we need to do is provide a platform for us in the continent or within our different economic blocks to ensure talent can connect so that we can be able to harness the potentials of the emerging technologies like AI and address some of the emerging issues of cybersecurity and data protection. And so our focus is in our human capital to ensure we indeed safeguard our growth and build resilience for the continent. Thank you.
Asante sana to Engineer Tanui for setting the context there as we also make way, and as I announce your name, please make your way to the podium. Next up, in still the context setting of this conversation, Hani Khalaf, the Chief Technology Officer, Data and AI Solutions at Dell Technologies and C Meta Region Dell. Give him a hand as he makes his way to the stage. He will be followed by Tipu Qureshi, who I encourage to assume position over there, so it could be a shorter walk for them. And as he comes to the podium, I'd like to appreciate the presence of the Dagoretti South Member of Parliament, KJ Santisana, for joining us. He's also the Departmental Committee Chair on Communication, Information and Innovation, a space that he's very keen on. Asante for joining us today. But for now, Hani Khalaf, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Jumbo. I thought, what's a good way to talk about AI, since many things were discussed. We had a session about AI yesterday. And I chose to hopefully get you excited about AI and generative AI in particular. Next slide.
Jumbo, welcome to day 2 of the Connected Africa Summit. What you see is generative AI in action. In Africa, these technologies hold transformative powers that can redefine industries, enhance education, and revolutionize healthcare. AI and generative AI are more than tools. They are catalysts for empowerment and economic growth. By harnessing these technologies, Africa can address unique challenges and leapfrog into a future where technology drives prosperity and inclusive growth. Together, let's explore how AI can be a force for good, creating opportunities and shaping a resilient, thriving continent. Let us embrace this journey with optimism and commitment to unlock the full potential of Africa. Back to you, Hani.
Thank you, my friend. Has anybody seen a female change clothes this fast? I haven't. So what you saw here is a demonstration of generative AI. It took me 15 minutes to create this. Actually, I did it this morning. AI has been around us for 50 years, what we call traditional AI. It's been used in many industries, in banking, in call centers. When you shop on e-commerce, that recommendation that comes to you from the platform, we suggest you buy this and this, or customers like you bought this and this and this. This is all AI. But that's what we call traditional AI. Now, a year and a half ago, something amazing happened. I guess we spoke about the emergence of ChatGPT, or our introduction to the world of generative AI. Next. Now, we have been looking at this landscape since this came out. And we're seeing that many organizations and governments already started thinking of investing in AI as a result of the release of ChatGPT. What's interesting is the statistics that's on your right, which is 60% of design efforts by 2026 and apps and websites will be done by generative AI, designed by generative AI. What does that mean? That means we have to learn these tools. Many of the things that I'm going to show you here might sound like or look like as if AI is fighting us. In fact, it's not. Next slide. What do you need to succeed in AI? Let's go back to some basics. I'll take you why this is important, especially for governments. You need 3 things to succeed in AI. You need data, and usually this is the biggest problem. You need powerful compute, especially for generative AI. And we spoke about it yesterday. It takes thousands of GPUs, or accelerators for AI, to train a large language model. And you need algorithms okay, which is the technology that runs works on the data and generates these beautiful outputs that you see. So when you're thinking about AI, you have to think about these three ingredients. AI cannot happen without data. It cannot happen without proper infrastructure. So building proper infrastructure is key to enabling AI. Next. Now let's talk about generative AI. Who here does not use ChatGPT? Does not. Please do not raise your hand. Okay, great. So, just to give you an idea of how fast this technology disrupted our world. It took Netflix 3.5 years to reach 1 million users. How long did it take ChatGPT? 5 days. Within 5 days, there were 1 million users on the platform. Since then, there has been thousands of applications that emerged. Not only for text, which how ChatGPT started, but for video, text, music, and all kinds of content. What is different this time is that for generative AI, the tools are out there, available to be consumed. Okay? All we need to do is just have the willingness to go and try them out. Next slide. These are some of the things I created over the weekend by playing with Meta, or Facebook's tool, meta.ai. I just sat there for a few hours and started unlocking my imagination. I said, show me a Kenyan shopper holding a credit card and doing thumbs up in a supermarket. Show me an astronaut from Africa on the face of the moon. And show me a healthcare researcher from Africa. Very simple prompts. Again, this took me probably 10 minutes to create these. Why is this relevant? Because these tools now are allowing you, like I said, to unlock your imagination. When you used to create content or need content, you needed to go to people to create that. Now you don't have to. You can imagine and create your own content. Next. This is an example of an advanced tool called Sora. It's a generative AI engine from OpenAI. It was released about a month ago, 2 months ago, but it's still not available for public. Why? Because OpenAI is still worried about the ethics of this tool. So this video here was created using the prompt that you see on the left. And it probably took the person 5 minutes to create it. Imagine how disruptive that is. In a video clip like this, you need somebody to shoot, you need an actor, you need a scene. They might have to fly to Tokyo to do this. They might have to do it when it is raining in Tokyo and at night. All this was generated by AI. So now we have the ability to generate videos with AI. And this is just scratching the surface of the technology. Next slide. So where is AI doing? Where is AI going to help us? It's going to help us in 4 domains. Increasing operational efficiency, making better decisions. We were discussing in the speakers' lounge. Aiding humans to make decisions. You know, for a while now, it's not going to replace humans. It's going to be a decision support system for humans. Somebody who's looking at chest x-rays and need to make a decision, if it's pneumonia or cancer, it will help that doctor make a decision. Next thing is automation. So working with humans to automate tasks where it's repetitive, and a human does not really need to do that. But what does that mean? That means we have to reskill that human to do another task. Third area is research, and I gave an example yesterday from the pharmaceutical industry where it takes years to create a formula for a medicine, which can now be done by generative AI in months or even weeks if the data is there. And lastly, it is bringing your cold data to life. All of us in our organizations and governments have years of data that is stored in our systems in the back end. And at Dell Technologies, we love that because it means we sell more storage. But this is called cold data. It's not useful. Like the gentleman said, it's crude oil. You need to process it. Generative AI now is giving you the chance to go and process this data. Next slide. What other cases are there for generative AI? This is a small subset of use cases. I want to highlight code generation here. So for anybody is in coding, about 2 weeks ago, our partner's CEO, NVIDIA, came on stage during their flagship event, global event, and said, there is no need for people to learn coding. Each one of us eventually will become a coder because now we can go to a generative AI engine and say, I need code in Python or R to do X, Y, Z. In one of the events, we were able to to show how we drew a picture using Paint in Windows of some design. We gave it to ChatGPT and say, create a program out of this. That's what we call multimodal AI. So it understood the picture, it converted this to a code. And then I asked the question, how do I use it? It gave me the instructions on how to use it. This can be done by any one of you. Next. The biggest potential, I believe, is for generative AI in content creation, in media and marketing. And for this, it's something that you can do anywhere in the world. By the way, most of the pictures in this presentation are AI generated, as you can imagine. Gartner expects that by 2030, a blockbuster movie will be created by AI. We'll have 90% AI content, which means a couple of students, probably, who graduated from computer science and maybe another major in a university in Kenya here can be sitting together, have access to the proper tools, and create that movie. It's not no more restricted to Hollywood or Bollywood or anywood. Next slide. Let's talk about AI in Africa and what Africa needs to do. So today we live in an AI new technological world order. AI is coming, and it's a journey. Some countries, I've done some research, have already started this by creating frameworks for AI. Some are still in the data, legislation, government phases. Whatever you're doing, you need to continue this journey. Data sovereignty is an issue. We need to bring AI to the data rather than give our data to others to learn from it, benefit from it, and then have us consume it as consumers. We need to develop local data sets. Bias is a huge issue in AI. We need to ask providers to have local content and be able to govern that and show it. We need to build, of course, a resilient AI infrastructure, and that's different from any infrastructure. And finally, we need to enable the youth as early as in school. Just like in Brazil, they identify people who are good in soccer while they are in school, we need to start identifying the people who are math whizzes, computer science whizzes, and start enabling them and teaching them while they're young. Because like the gentleman said, it's not about getting a degree. It's about getting the right skills to do the job. Next slide. And I'll leave you with one last thought in case you're thinking that AI will replace humans soon. So AI will not replace humans, but humans who use AI will have an advantage over those who don't. AI is coming. It's not a matter of if we want to embrace it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. To you, Hani Khalaf, thank you for that. I'm just hoping that soon I'll be able to generate a picture that has some hair in my head. That's why I love AI. The possibilities are boundless. Asante sana. Shukran.
Give me your picture. I'll get this in 5 minutes.
Right away on WhatsApp, Twitter, X, and Instagram. It's going to be updated. Asante sana. The possibilities are endless with AI. And it is here with us. Let's give him a hand once more as he takes to his seat. Mr. Hani Khalaf is the Chief Technology Officer, Data and AI Solutions, Dell Technologies. Next up, still in the context setting, Tipu Qureshi, the Senior Principal Engineer at Amazon Web Services. Let's give him a hand as he takes to the stage.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Excited about AI? Well, thank you, honored leaders. This is my first time in Kenya. So my name is Tipu Qureshi. I'm from Seattle, Washington. And I'm just so inspired by some of the stories that you've shared, the opportunities ahead of us. And so thank you to the organizers over here and for sharing these key opportunities ahead of us. So I am a technology leader in Amazon. For the past 12.5 years, I, as an engineer, have worked on innovating and inventing across networking teams, across security teams, support teams, and artificial intelligence teams. And it's been my mission on how to go past these POCs and actually use AI that we can trust so we can bring actual value. That we're not just in the imagining phase, but we can realize what needs to be done. So there are some slides here. And the first one I want to just highlight to you is that Amazon has been in Africa for 20 years. Did you know that our Amazon EC2 service, which is how we actually give compute in the cloud world, was developed in Africa? So in about 2004, we started working on it. 2006, it was GA. And it's been one of our most successful services. It's a testament to the talent here. It's been brought up multiple times. But there's so much talent that is present over here. And we have continued to invest in Africa. Robin mentioned earlier, about 819 million, and we continue to do so. We have grown. So on the next slide, we have multiple locations in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, and there's more to come. So as we continue forward with these slides, what you'll see is that we have continued to bring in compute, storage, networking capabilities in Africa. One of the services that I worked on personally, I designed this from the inception of the idea and worked on this quite a bit, is AWS Outposts. And so what this does is it enables hybrid experiences. It brings on-premises AWS capabilities, especially for those workloads that need data sovereignty, that need low latency. And so this has been available since 2022 in Kenya. Lastly, we also opened our development center last year. We were honored by His Excellency, President William Ruto, and by the ambassador. I thank the team over here who helped us a lot on the ground, and we have grown this development center and continue to do so. We have worked with a lot of customers in Africa to realize the potential, because there's a lot of great data and there are lots of great opportunities here. As an example, M-Pharma provides, they really have digitized the capability of scaling out their pharmacies in Ghana. They use AWS for supply chain optimization to ensure that Africa is in good health. Similarly, in the next slide, we have Jacaranda Health here in Kenya, which ensure that mothers and infants get healthcare when they need it. And so this is the kind of acceleration that's possible. Now, just like I mentioned, we've been in Africa for 20 years, innovation and machine learning is in our DNA. We've been using machine learning from the earliest days of Amazon EC2, as I mentioned. We use it for shopping experiences, for personalization. We use it at very high transaction rates in our smart devices and assistants. We've been in this assistive space before. And so that's why we're so excited about the opportunity ahead of us. Because these human assistants with generative AI have really gotten accelerated. So people think about AI in different ways. But the way I think about it is that it's a great way to accelerate innovation. It's a great way to accelerate digital transformation. Next, I want to highlight one of the other areas where we have really harnessed this innovation for us, which is we knew we had to bring connectivity to the world. And so we've already launched 2 low Earth orbital satellites as part of our Project Kuiper to bring affordable and high quality connectivity to the world. We are on track to, by 2026, have over 1,000 satellites in place. Next, I want to highlight the capabilities that are present and what they actually mean in production environments, in real-world systems we can trust. We've already seen some of the examples of what can be generated with these foundational models. But if you fine-tune them, you can use them for different languages. You can support multiple modes. However, in this example, as you can see, this upscaling of this image. Similarly, we've been working with 2 companies out of Africa that are focused on air quality. There are gaps in air quality data. And so just like we can use generative AI to enhance an image, we can also use it to fill in gaps in data so that we can action on the air quality and address sustainability needs. As we know that this opportunity is great, we created a $100 million fund. We funded $100 million in our Generative AI Innovation Center. And so we've been working with customers on accelerating their journey in actually implementing generative AI, not just in the POC phase, but actually getting it out there, getting it out to be used with customers. Next, the way we go about bringing digital transformation is through our culture of innovation. And what we do is we put customers at the heart of everything. So we found another customer who thinks very similarly. In the next slide, I encourage you to guess who this customer is. So can anyone guess? It all starts with the fans. So in case you didn't, this is Formula One. It has been a really great partnership with them in terms of using so much data. In the next slide, you'll see we capture, just from one car, there are actually millions of data points that come in. And then these data points around the track are not just used for bringing a great entertainment enhancement. They're also used for building cars. So this data is used for real-time live captioning, prediction, analytics, but we've also used it to predict who has been the fastest car ever. And unlocking this data and then accelerating it with artificial intelligence is what we want to replicate, just as Formula One was able to do so. So in the next slide, if you keep going a little bit further, you can see this is the process that these foundational models take. What they do is that there's tokenization, and through these multi-layered perceptrons, what we do is we are able to predict what the next highest probability token is. Now here, this is the English language. P.S. Tanui mentioned how we can do this across languages. And so it's a very repeatable process. With the right data, you can use the same process. So in this specific example, what we're doing is we're predicting a quote from an astronaut, Neil Armstrong, who said that this was one small step for man and a giant leap for mankind. So as we move forward, we're going to see that it is very easy for generative AI to use the existing public data sets or corpuses to predict what the rest of the phrasing is. So think of the implications here. So as we once again move forward with the slides, we're going to see that it can predict these tokens really easily with the right data, and this data has to be really clean. The data processing is very important. We can use this to address other kinds of predictions, other kinds of gaps. It doesn't have to be the English language. It can be any language. It could be telemetry data. It could be weather data. So there are lots of implications over here of what we can do with foundational models. Next, we've talked about some use cases, but the one that really interests me, I really care about cybersecurity. And so we talk about what can happen First, I want to tell you in Amazon, security is our top priority. So we've already been using AI, and we're continuing to really fund this internally in terms of using AI to accelerate cybersecurity, because it can test for different vulnerabilities in different ways, because attackers are trying to do this all the time. But the best thing to do is actually to use these capabilities, use generative AIs and foundational models to make our threat models much stronger. We know all these possibilities that can happen with adversarial attacks. We can prepare for known unknowns, and then we can have our threat models also prepare for different types of attacks. So cybersecurity, I think, is definitely something that can be optimized. It can be accelerated as well. We don't necessarily have to draw out manual threat modeling. We can automate the process and accelerate it. Next, these capabilities of using foundational models, enhancing them with your own data, fine-tuning them, or just using them out of the box is what we try to offer. The next slide, I want to highlight that our customer over here, Huron AI, they use this service, Bedrock, and they use it to really accelerate the way patients can reach doctors. And so here in Africa, they have been pretty successful. Recently, we announced with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is a large stock exchange in Africa, how we're going to transform capital markets. They're also using artificial intelligence and are taking use of these capabilities. Responsible AI is really important, and it starts with data. So the data has to be really cleaned and removed from biases. And lastly, as this slide continues, yes, we have another plenary coming up where we're talking about talent and skills. And that's really critical, especially with AI. We are committed to training 29 million people for free with these kind of skills. And there are only 3 takeaways I have for you, which is in the final slide, which will be coming up, which is find a POC, find a good use case for where you need AI. Then get trained. There are lots of free training resources. We'd love to work with you on that. And lastly, get started with your POCs. Then we'll work with you on getting them to production. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to Tifu Qureshi. You can just put that microphone here. That is going to be taken over by Moses Kemibaro, who is now taking over for the session that you've all set the context for. And I'll hand it over to him to introduce and remind you to please download Hoover app so you can ask the questions as he continues with the conversation. So Moses Kemibaro, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mark, and good morning once again, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you at Connected Africa, and my name is Moses Kemibaro, the founder and CEO of .Savvy. It's an honor to moderate this important discussion on safeguarding growth and building resilience, the future of Africa with AI and the impact of cybersecurity. As we stand at the crossroads of a digital revolution, as we are seeing in the conversations that have already been had, our continent is uniquely poised to harness the power of artificial intelligence to drive innovation, economic growth, resilience in our cybersecurity networks. So today we're joined by a distinguished panel of leaders and experts who will share their insights and strategies on how Africa can navigate the complexities of this digital age, ensuring that our growth is both sustainable and inclusive. And I'd like to start off by introducing our panelists. We have unfortunately lost a couple of our panelists, but we do have a fairly large number still. Starting off with Honorable Waweru John Kiari, the chair of the ICT committee. Please give him a hand as he joins us. Karibu sana. We also have with us Saleh Al-Nemer, the regional CT and distinguished technologist from HP Enterprise. Karibu sana, Saleh. Kelvin Mugambi, the cybersecurity technical solutions architect, Sub-Saharan Africa at Cisco. Imran Chowdhury, country manager for East Africa Network Business Security at Fortinet. And lastly, from the Kenya ICT Authority, the Director of Shared Services, Michael Odiambo. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Great to have you, Karibu.
So good morning to all our panelists. So to get us started off, I'd like to ask a question that all of you can answer. And briefly, can you share what you believe the single most impactful step your country, organization, or sector has taken to contribute to a safer and more innovative digital landscape in Africa when integrating AI and enhancing cybersecurity? Please highlight any specific initiatives or achievements that exemplify this effort. And I think I'd like to start this off with Mheshimiwa Waweru John Kerry. Maybe you can give us your perspective from a Kenyan government point of view. What have we done in this area?
Well, thank you very much, Moses. And I would start by first welcoming everybody to Nairobi, Kenya. And secondly, to congratulate the organizers of this event for putting up such an amazing platform for conversation for Africa on tech and for a time such as this. To my mind, the biggest achievement so far by Kenya government is to set out the master plan, the overarching thinking, and especially being powered from the highest office in the land, where the president has taken it upon himself to be the champion for the Kenyan digital superhighway. The effect of this is already being felt. The digital superhighway, in a nutshell, is the concept where Kenya is imagining and already actioning on the laying out of hundreds of thousands of kilometers of fiber around the country in the next few years, planning to set up Wi-Fi hotspots, 25,000 of them in public areas. We are talking about markets, small termini, matatu stages, and so on. It is also seeking to do something extremely ambitious, which is the setting up of 1,450 digital innovation hubs around the country. And 1,450 is an amazing number, is a magical number, because this is the number of the lowest administrative unit in Kenya. The ward forms the constituencies, constituencies form counties, and these counties together form the country. So you can imagine a digital innovation hub being put up in every single village of this country. Now, as it is happening, because we won't wait for the tail end of this vision to be able to start enumerating the successes. When you think about it, in just the last 1 year, the digitization of government services, now close to 20,000 government services already onboarded onto digital platforms, in itself is an achievement. When you think about the youth who are already training in the already existing digital innovation hubs and the amazing things that they are doing around innovation, around modeling new thinking, but even more so, even contributing to the earnings personally and for their families and for their communities, because some of these young people in very far-flung areas around the country are already earning from digital jobs at these innovation hubs, so that even as we are creating more digital hubs, we are already taking advantage of already existing centers like the technical and vocational training institutes are becoming centers for these digital innovation hubs. And as we speak right now, so many of these digital innovation hubs are either at some stage of completion or completed and already operating. So there are many things that you can speak about around what would that one achievement be. But to my mind, I would imagine it starts with the idea. Then the idea is formalized into a master plan, a blueprint that can be followed as the Bible. Of course, there's going to be malleability to allow and maneuverability to allow for changes as you roll out. But I believe that this is one of the biggest achievements that the Kenya government has done. Personally, I represent a constituency, the Goreti South constituency, and we are seeing tech in so many ways as you are attending to matters, public matters and engaging with publics. But the biggest one for us at the Goreti South constituency is something that I'm so proud to always speak about. We are currently the only constituency in Kenya that has a comprehensive school feeding program, where today, as we speak right now, we are serving close to 22,000 lunches to all the public primary schools in the constituency and a number of secondary schools. Now, what does lunch have to do with technology? The concept that we have applied in the Goreti South constituency is a hub and spoke model that allows for us to have a central kitchen at Mokarara Primary School, out of where we are cooking these lunches. And then we have a logistical enterprise that is the spokes leading to the different primary schools. But all this is also centered around technology, because each and every single child who will be having lunch today at the Goreti South constituency has an armband that they are wearing. And this armband is the meal card. So you can imagine 22,000 young children are already generating data that is extremely useful, even as we make decisions going forward. The technology on the armband is co-developed. I have to do this shout out. Is co-developed between Food for Education, who are our operating partner, Safaricom, and Cisco. Have been able to develop this armband meal card that is practically being used in the Goreti South constituency today as we speak. Now you can imagine the next level of this development. With all this data, many decisions can be made, including the health and the status of the child, the situation at home where they come from, because we saw when we started the program, some children would come with plates to school. But over time, we saw them coming with containers that could be lidded, meaning that this child is coming from a place where this is probably the only meal they will have in the day. And so they take the 300 grams of food that we are serving them. They will probably consume 100 grams, but they remember that they've got siblings at home, and they pack this food and go home with it. So to my mind, the biggest achievement so far is the visioning as a country coming together to vision around this whole idea of the digital superhighway in Kenya. Thank you, Moses.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I think what you've shared with us is really the sense of inclusivity. And yeah, give him a hand, please. And really the breadth of the different initiatives that are underway that are having such a big impact across all of Kenya and, of course, in your constituency. Saleh, I'd like you to maybe share with us also from your perspective, what have been some of the big impactful initiatives that you've seen from your organization in this context?
So we're talking about multiple elements. So when we talk about technology rollout like this, we see things from three different areas: people, technology, and economics. So how we can provide an affordable technology that is can be spread out across large region. The second thing is how we make sure that education of the people and the curriculums for these technologies to be distributed to the people in ease and quickly. The third thing is how we make sure morally that we have the right access to the right technology when we need them. And when we put all this together, we become multiple programs, multiple initiatives that we can provide and support. On the other hand, we look into how we can help the economy and from the customer perspective from outside to adopt these new technologies and then work with them to create new intuitive technologies or solutions that help them to do things in a much better way, in a much faster way.
Fantastic. I think I'd like to shift to Michael. Michael, maybe you can also give us a perspective from the ICT Authority. What are some of these impactful initiatives that we're seeing have a significant impact on the country?
Yeah, thank you. I think first and foremost, I'd like to just echo what was mentioned earlier. The fact that in government, there's this Kenya National Digital Master Plan. And that master plan, I think there are two things in there that I really want to echo out. There's cybersecurity, which is a cross-cutting theme. And then there's also emerging technologies. And there are a number of pillars we have in there, some infrastructure, digitization, and all that. But these two themes around cybersecurity being a cross-cutting theme and emerging tech is from the fact that AI would then borrow across. We put emerging tech, or rather AI to fall under emerging tech, because everything that we want to do and that we are doing is then factored in there. I'll start with the cybersecurity part. I think one of the greatest steps that was done by government is when in 2019, or rather the Data Privacy Act of 2019 came into play. That then helps to protect user data. And I think as of 2020, that was operationalized, and we have the Data Protection Office. And I think a lot of the people in Kenya have seen how effective that is becoming, with a few compliance issues coming up. So that then begins to prepare the journey for AI and the use of AI, because as it was mentioned earlier, there are people who are afraid of AI because one of the aspects therein is data and how private that data is. So I think the other thing that's important is what other use cases, because there are certain solutions and services after COVID that became very prevalent. For example, there has been more data-based solutions and people going online to make payments, and therefore the need for security has become heavy. Government then, as you heard, has done quite a lot in digitizing services and moving them to the over 19,000 services that we talked about. That has then brought a very big impact from a human-centric service perspective. Having more than 2.6 million transactions a month in this 19,000 services is quite something, and we are then now seeing the possibilities of using AI to do useful data analysis and research to make useful decisions in government. So I think those are the things that I'd like to add. Maybe just to also point out something, in Connected 2023, that was last year, I think we had a session on AI, and I had shared an experience because there's a private group that's doing OpenAI, with whom we had been trying to do a few things, and we had done some online meetings, and I think I wanted to bring out, to showcase the fact that AI is heavily based on learning, and what you give it is what it displays. And I think I talked about this meeting that I attended, and I was the only person from Africa, and there were 3 other people from other jurisdictions, and I think then using the camera, we'd all do a test, and then it would recognize us. And I think as at that time of that meeting, for me, it said object not found, okay? So it was object not found because then I was different then. But we had a meeting, and we did the same test in November of last year. So this time, the camera then was able to find me, and it picked out. So what it does is when it identifies you, it goes online to see where else you do exist. So it pulled up this LinkedIn profile of myself and a few other places I appear. But something then happened, and something that's common in Africa. We had a blackout in the course of this meeting. And I think just to prove this further, things then became different, because then one of the people in the panel then said, why don't we try and see what happens? What I did not know is on the camera, what they would see on their end were 2 white eyes and white teeth. And you do not know, it was very interesting, because the outcome of that search was that this animal is found in Sarabwe forest. In short, he just described me to be a gorilla. And then it goes to prove that there's still a lot that we need to do for AI and learning that matrix, so that then it can be useful for us, both in government and in private sector. So I think what I'm just trying to say is that there's a lot of stereotype that needs to be managed, and also government is also working on trying to get a policy around the safe use of AI, so that even as government is pushing the agenda for AI, it also then guides both private sector and government to make effective use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. It's so clear that AI needs to be much more inclusive, and indeed, we need to explore building our own unique models that are contextually relevant, but most importantly, accurate. Thank you for sharing that. Imran, I'd like to hear your point of view, given that you work at Fortinet. Looking at cybersecurity in terms of some of the key impact points, because with digital transformation comes this additional risk area around cybersecurity, where we're suddenly more open and more at risk to threats. Could you give us your point of view from Fortinet in terms of what some of the key impact areas that you have seen from your point of view? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Firstly, I want to point out that as Kenya, there's been a significant leap and bound in terms of how technology is being adopted. I was just sitting here and thinking about myself. I was here in Kenya in 2005. This is when I moved to Kenya. And the first thing I did was change my UK driving license to the Kenyan Red Book. And that little red book had a way of leaving red colors on your shirts everywhere you went. December, my 18-year-old gets a driving license. And it was one of the busiest times for us at Fortinet. So I kept saying, Sahir, I will find time to sit down and do this. So just to get rid of her, I gave her the link to eCitizen. The young lady, within an hour, had everything done and dusted. And she only came back to my desk for one reason. Baba, I need M-Pesa. And I took her to the NTSA office in Upper Hill the other day, and I have never seen a more excited human being simply because she has a new driving license now. So you can see how, in 2005, I was standing in a queue and waited 2 months for the Red Book, and how, fast forward, you have an 18-year-old who didn't even need my supervision, and I only asked her to check her spellings, because these 18-year-olds have no patience, they can type anything quickly. And voila, she has a driving license. So the biggest challenge that we're posing here today is we are adopting technology very quickly to drive transformation, innovation, and the ability to deliver services to our users through mobile devices. And what's happening now is we're now becoming custodians of huge amounts of data. We now have to handle this data. We have to process this data. We have to deliver this data to everyone accessing these technology platforms. And what's happening is we are starting to see a shift in how, especially in government, is starting to think about cybersecurity. 5 years ago, when we were driving Fortinet in East Africa, cybersecurity was not a priority. But today, when I sit with various ministries, departments, and agencies, the first question we get asked is, how safe are we? And when we run a quick Q&A with them, we find there's lots of gaps that need to be filled out. One of the biggest challenges and problems that we face in East Africa, especially in Kenya, is we still have a huge gap in skill set. So cybersecurity is not something that was mainstream in terms of education. Last week I was presenting at the Aga Khan Health Tech Day. And I asked the caregivers in that room, I said, how many of you are running the Aga Khan Hospital? And 6 of them put their hands up. I said, did any of you do cybersecurity in any education program during your learning period? And they all said no. I said, but you're running one of Kenya's biggest hospitals. And we discussed how they had a huge challenge in cybersecurity. So we have a global East Africa-Kenya gap when it comes to people with the right skill set to drive cybersecurity. And this is what is slowing down innovation and adoption of technology across.
Well, thank you so much for that. And finally, we come to Kevin. Kevin, I think you and I earlier were reminiscing. I was reminiscing about Cisco from the early part of my career when I worked in the internet, service provision space. And I think we talked a little bit about how that space has evolved so much, especially with, again, the issues of cybersecurity and also digital transformation. Can you share your point of view from a Cisco perspective in terms of the key impacts that you've had as an organization in this area? I think, yeah, you can use the other mic. Okay.
Thank you for that. So as Cisco, we've been collaborating a lot, especially with the public sector, to bring them up, to empower citizens, and to have this cybersecurity education. I'm just being free for all. So there's a country digital acceleration program that Cisco has signed with the government. And as a result of that, we are opening the Cybersecurity Experience Center. It's a one-of-a-kind security center in Kenya. So what this helps you do is that for students and for anybody interested in getting into cybersecurity, you can actually go to an environment where Cisco has set everything up. You can get Cisco experienced people to train you on cybersecurity, and you can get people to guide you. This is opening on Friday, and it's one of several, we call them edge centers, that are opening everywhere in Africa. So we have another one coming up in Rwanda. And the good thing with this is that we want to drive cybersecurity empowerment and education at the lowest levels. So if you can start in schools, then you can get upskilled, and we have a huge skills shortage, as most of the panelists have mentioned. So we need to fill that skills shortage, and Cisco is doing that to help with skills shortage. Thank you.
In fact, I think I attended a cyber conference not too long ago, and I think there was a ratio of, one cybersecurity expert to 1 million Africans. Is that correct? Something that ridiculous?
Yes, I don't have the exact numbers, but ISC2 estimates that by 2030 there'll be a shortage of over 3 million security professionals. And these are required. As Imran has said, they're required in every sector. The healthcare industry is the sector that's most impacted by ransomware threats. So even that needs to be considered.
So basically, we're saying it's a good career opportunity.
It's a good career opportunity. You get to help people, and if you can make money doing it, then why not?
Fantastic. I'd like to come back to Mheshimiwa. And really, as the chair of the ICT committee, what are your views on the current regulatory environment for both AI and cybersecurity in Kenya? I think that carries on nicely from Kevin's point of view. What is the current state of the regulatory environment when it comes to AI and also cybersecurity in Kenya?
Thank you very much, Moses, and a critical question. You saw the presentations that were made in the lead up to this panel, and it was Hani, when he was presenting just before Tupi, who actually, I can't tell whether it was Hani or Tupi, in his presentation was talking about how AI is developing in Africa. And in one of the slides, he was talking about countries that are taking strides towards developing and deploying AI. And he mentioned about Kenya being among the few African countries that has been able to develop a robust data protection law. I was honored, and I must say so, to have sat in the first parliamentary committee on communication, information, and innovation. Previously, this sector was taken as part of other bigger sectors. So for example, in Parliament, there was never a committee specific to ICT. The ICT was part of the Energy Committee. But in 2013, when I joined Parliament, we were among the first members of Parliament to sit in the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And in the last term, we were able to develop the Kenya Privacy and Data Protection Bill, which in itself did a lot of things. Over and above setting the laws, we were able to set up the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And you can see where that now sits in terms of data protection. There's a component of cybersecurity there. There's also a component of regulating AI. It was also in this committee that we have been able to develop the Kenya Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law, which in itself was lauded as one of the better laws in the continent on cybersecurity. But the regulatory and legislative and policy environment is still very, very nascent. And in fact, the challenges are seeming bigger than even the solutions that we are offering. However, this will call for innovative thinking in how we make laws. Because traditionally, parliaments have the habit of, let me use this word cautiously, of over-legislating, where you over-prescribe on a certain issue. But the learnings that we are getting as we are working in this legislative space is that going forward, there will be need for innovative lawmaking. Lawmaking that hits the sweet spot, where you're not suppressing innovation, but at the same time, you are regulating a space. And to my mind, that kind of law will have to do two things. One, new laws in technology will have to take advantage of already existing laws. When you think about something like cybercrime, where someone is probably pilfering from people using online devices, you can fall back to the penal code because ultimately it is theft. Someone has stolen. So the penal code can suffice, and if it doesn't suffice, it can be fortified. So much so that you won't need a specific law for that very specific crime that you want to punish. Secondly, laws will have to be a bit more overarching in their design. So much so that you set the broader parameters without the need of prescribing, as I said earlier. So the regulatory space and the legislative and policy space is still extremely nascent. It's calling upon those of us who are in places where these decisions are being made to also fast track the speed at which these laws are being made. But more importantly, it is also to sensitize so that even as the laws are being made, they become largely acceptable. by all the publics. There are developers involved. There are tech minds that are involved. There are users that are involved. There are bigger audiences of civil society and the general public at large. So to my mind, we as Kenya are taking the necessary steps, probably not at the pace that we would want to, but still taking a leading role, especially in the region and in the continent. To my mind, we will always be having the problem of legislation, of laws, policies, and regulation always playing catch-up to technology. That one will always be there. The level at which people are developing, are inventing, are innovating, legislation and its incumbent bureaucracies will not be able to be at par or ahead of that, but there is a good place for catching up. And to give a perfect example, at this summit, M-Pesa has been mentioned severally. And we all know that the legislation and the regulations around M-Pesa had to come after the fact. And chances are, as it was said here in an earlier panel, chances are, if there had been laws before the deployment of M-Pesa, probably they would have stifled the innovation or slowed it down. But M-Pesa was deployed, and then we as the people now had to decide what is it that we would need to build around this innovation to make it safe and user-friendly.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. I concur that Kenya has often had a light touch in certain regulations that have allowed the flourishing of things like mobile money, M-Pesa, and others. And obviously, the Data Protection Act has been hugely significant in giving people a sense of comfort when they're using data platforms and as we go through the era of digital transformation. I'd like to come back to you, Saleh. And from your perspective at HPE, what are the critical components of a resilient cybersecurity infrastructure for Africa?
Great question. Thank you so much for the question.
Yeah.
So when we look into the cybersecurity and how we can protect the environment, we look at things from 5 different perspectives. First thing, when manufacturing. So when we manufacture new devices or new components, we want to make sure that security is embedded in this manufacturing. And when we ship it from the factory to the data center, we want to make sure that these systems are not tampered, especially when we look into the logistics and all that stuff. So what we do, basically, we add in the same machine, we add some sort of sensors. So if the machine has been tampered with before it reaches the data center, it will not power up. So, and if you have to go back to the team, on our support team, to make sure that the system has not been tampered, or there's no harm to use that platform. The second layer, basically, we develop something we call Silicon Root for Trust, which is in the machine level, in the motherboard level, we have something malware, let's say, application architecture that understand the coding of the what executing the processor. And if that code is suspicious, the system will flag it as part of the security SME platform. And this sits in all our servers, by the way. The third thing we have partnership with the processor manufacturers, where we provide security on the processing level. So something we call CSGX, secure, let's say, coding and programming on the motherboard level, which means we segregate the application processing from the OS processing. So you can run an application with the secure data requirement, and that application will pass by the operating system, do the processing at the processor level, and come back and give you the results. The fourth thing, basically, we do something called compute ops. So compute ops is our centralized operation center. So we can have an operation center or a platform that sits in a data center or in a city that can control and look into all these use cases from the servers that's connected to it. So you can have centralized operation, control, and management from one umbrella. So this is from the compute aspects. Let's go to the data storing and data storage aspects. So in storage perspective, things has been developed in a very high way, in a sense of today we look at encryption, but also we look at on-fly and on-rest encryption as well. So I can process data that has been encrypted and decrypted on the source when I need them, which means if I copy this data or put it somewhere else, it won't be, let's say, usable. And that runs also on the storage platforms natively in the storage ecosystem by itself. The third thing is the data protection, the cybersecurity of business continuity itself. So when we look at cybersecurity attacks, we don't look into the loss of the data, or we don't look into the action of what happened. What we regret is what after we restore back the environment, how much we lost and how much time we took to get us there as well. So this was the main challenge. So what we did, we incorporated technology we called Zerto, which will give you the capability to have, let's say, some sort of a continuous recovery of your environment. And you can go back to almost the second of before the attack, and you just lose whatever happened after that. Now, the beauty of this technology, we actually can go back within minutes. So even if you have terabytes of data, we can restore you back in minutes. In actually one of the cases, we restored 20,000 virtual machine data in less than 8 minutes. And that's just to show how resilient that we were trying to achieve. So, and all that as well, we look into partners all the time. We try to partnership with ecosystems around us to make sure we can provide that kind of impact to the community as maximum as we can and benefit them from the technology.
Oh, thank you for that. Clearly, it's not a straightforward process, and I imagine those best practices are still probably a work in progress in many markets, right?
So there's a lot of, let's say, best practices. However, as the gentleman mentioned, that there is different, let's say, case for each one of these actions. And you want to make sure that we don't create an overcomplicated environment. We want to make it easy, especially today with an AI, let's say, world that we have. Bad guys are using AI to do bad things as well. So how we can prevent or distinguish between this is a harmful action or educational action, and how we can take that and then build a framework based on these requirements by itself.
All right, thank you so much. I'm told we're a little bit strapped for time, so Michael, I'll come to you now. Michael, I'd like to hear from you around your role in terms of being in charge of the Director of Shared Services. Where are we right now as a country when it comes to incorporating AI in government services? And I know the caveat is what you mentioned earlier to me, which is we work within frameworks, and sometimes these lag behind what we'd call the latest innovations or trends. But that being said, are we moving? Is something happening? Please share your perspective.
Yeah, thank you. So allow me to use a different, and just following up on the fact that technology goes ahead sometimes, ahead of frameworks and policies. I'll take on cybersecurity, the PKI, National Public Key Infrastructure, which is something that we have done as government. This is something that was not clearly legislated. But then as government, we went ahead, implemented the public key infrastructure. And now the net effect is that we are not only just beginning to roll it out in government, but now we are getting conversations within the region where we are supposed to have a signing key across, Kenya, Rwanda, and the neighboring countries, so that then we can have an East African situation. But then herein, we have a solution, we have something that's working, and now we have legislation following up, then so that then it is properly anchored. Now, using that example, and I go to AI, we have two specific use cases where we have chatbots for specific government websites, the BRS, Business Registration Services, and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. So if you went to those websites, you'll find that there's chatbots there, then they're trying to use both English and Swahili. And the other reason for this is we are also trying to look at accessibility, for persons who are challenged. Sometimes we use the word persons with disabilities or persons who are challenged, so that then they can get a way of still enjoying these services like any other person would. Now, the thing is, trying to take it further and put the African context into it. I think there's a trial we are doing with the business registration services to see how to model mother tongue as well, so that our people back in the rural areas can also try and interact with this technology and try and make sense of it. Because remember, there are some of our users out there, because as government we focus on delivering services, and now we have taken these services onto the digital platform. The question is, how many of them understand English? How many understand Swahili? Many of them have gone through an education setup that is rural-based in a rural language. So trying to make this AI solutions using a chatbot, bringing the service closer to them is one thing, but then someone else said, can my grandmother understand how to use this service? So translation into, I know there's a trial of doing this in Luo, and that is something that's still ongoing, to see if then the people who are there can interact with this and still get the result that me and you would get in using this service. So I think that then shows some of the steps we have made. Of course, legislation is there, but then taking the bold step of just pushing the agenda, making a difference in the solutions out there. I think lastly, I want to talk about, I mentioned e-citizen service with the over 2.6 million average transactions a month, you know, giving the country about $80 million in a month just out of that service. Now, we realize there's data growing every day, and it's growing exponentially, because when this conversation started, we had 397 services. So at the rate at which data is growing, privacy is one thing, which is already been managed through a framework, but the thing is, every time it becomes more and more of a challenge to create reports that make sense out of this. And OpenAI, we've seen, is a potential use case to then mine that data and give results that make a lot of sense for government to make decisions. So that then maybe we are busy trying to focus to offer a service in an area where it is either not used or not required, you know, and maybe we may need to spend less effort there and move those efforts to areas where there's more need for it. So we see potential use cases, especially for OpenAI, and then harness it into some of the solutions we have as government, so that then it makes sense for our citizens out there, because our key focus is how are we providing these services to our persons out there. Because remember one thing, there are parts of the population who say when you take these services online, you have discriminated against us, because either A, I cannot see, B, I cannot hear. So how are we then catering for these people? And we then foresee AI coming in to be a potential use case for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Michael. I'm so delighted to hear that. We know we're going into multi-language. We're building potentially local models that are going to work in our languages. And more importantly, really bringing, you know, AI to bring us closer to the citizen in terms of services and also adding value to their lives. I'd like to come back to you, Imran. In fact, we're just going to wrap up with these last two questions. And I'm trying to understand, you know, Fortinet obviously has a global footprint. You provide a world-class range of products and services. How are we customizing or making these relevant to our African markets in a way that is cognizant of our unique situations?
Okay, thanks, Moses. I think one of the strategies we've taken as Fortinet East Africa and Kenya is we started with the education side of cybersecurity. So when we kicked off 9 years ago, everyone was only investing in antivirus. So that was the thing to buy. But we then had to sit back and say, why are we not investing in cybersecurity? And we suddenly found ourselves teaching rather than creating solutions for our customers. So the first 4 years of Fortinet East Africa, we simply had to spend a lot of time within governments to educate users on the need for cybersecurity, the importance of cybersecurity. All of a sudden it took off, and what we found is that every organization within government has a very unique case. So if you're addressing NTSA, they're more interested in data protection, they're interested in privacy, they're interested in make sure that the experience between the user's device and their application is secure, and it's the right person actually accessing the application. And you go over to lands, it's a completely different use case. And what we found is whatever Kenya seems to be doing, we seem to be replicating this across East Africa. One of our most successful use cases in Kenya is judiciary. And so we help the judiciary accelerate the digital judiciary, and it's now up and running. You can get your notifications on SMS. You can sit through small claims courts online using Microsoft Teams. And it's been a complete transformation how judiciary is doing their business in Kenya. We're running similar programs now we're creating a similar use case in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Tanzania, Ethiopia. So Kenya sort of seems to be a bit of a benchmark for most of the East African countries, primarily because we are first adopters. We're the first to go with Huduma, we're the first to go with eCitizen. And what happens is the other regional countries come in and want to benchmark and see what was your learning experience in this whole thing. Like I said earlier, I think within government now, cybersecurity is becoming a priority. And without you know, the main thing we're seeing now is more investments coming in. We're seeing more use cases and asks coming in from government customers around how can they adopt cybersecurity. And they've gone beyond just buying a firewall. They want more advanced technologies that are machine learning, AI ready, to be able to help them reduce the threat landscape, be able to respond quicker. One of the things we're doing now is introducing our generative AI into our platforms, and we are now showcasing to our customers its ability to reduce threat hunting and mediation from 30 days to under an hour. So the government customer is now paying close attention to this because you are the single largest custodian of citizen data. And unfortunately, at the moment in Kenya, data is all over the place, but the way I see it, it's eventually going to be consolidated into one place. And that's going to be a whole new challenge for how government handles and secures data across multiple platforms.
Thank you so much for that, Tim. And I think, Kevin, you'll take our last question, just because there is another panel coming after us. For me, I think I'd like to hear from you, maybe as a nice segue from where Imran has given us a perspective around Kenya and best practices on cybersecurity for the region. What are you seeing on a Pan-African basis when it comes to some of the cybersecurity threats? What sort of trends are we seeing, and how are these being addressed from a Cisco perspective?
Okay. Thank you for that. So the threats that we're actually seeing are more towards state-sponsored attacks. I mean, Kenya, we've actually been victim of one of those, and as Mheshimiwa so eloquently put it, because we are adopting technologies so much faster than normal, you find things like M-Pesa are quite critical. So last year, we had a DDoS attack on our M-Pesa systems and our APIs, and I remember the whole country, we had issues transacting. That actually was, that loss of availability meant that a lot of industries couldn't run as normal. So what Cisco is doing with regards to that is we are actually developing a platform, an end-to-end cybersecurity platform that is able to ingest all the data from the multiple telemetry sources that we're getting. And then based on that, and using artificial intelligence, we are able to sift through that data and give you high-fidelity alerts that you should action on. And over and above that, we're also bringing in the point of automation. So if there are actually, if there are responses that you take and steps that you take every time you see a certain cyber threat, then that can actually be tied into your full process. One of the largest investments that Cisco has done recently, and I think we spoke about this in the Speaker's Lounge, has been the investment of buying Splunk. Splunk is a large AI company. They are able to ingest lots of data and analyze that, and it's over a $30 billion investment. And with that, then you're bringing it into a platform. And what we'll eventually have, and because what you're seeing is every time you have a new cyber threat, what most industries end up doing is you get a tool or a mitigation for that threat. Then at the end of it, you have maybe 20 siloed solutions, best in class, but you're not able to ingest that data across. You're not able to tell what's a false positive or what's an actual high fidelity threat that you should action. So with these investments that Cisco is taking, together with the user education that you're doing, we end up leading to areas when cyber resiliency is going to be the focus, and responding to these issues is going to take so much less time than is currently going on.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Unfortunately, due to time, we can't really go into questions from yourselves. We'll have to bring this to a close. I'd like to thank all our panelists for their contributions. It's been a great honor to be part of this panel. And again, from the audience, please give them a hand for being such an engaging.
If you would allow me,
yes.
if you would allow me, I would probably just put in a last word in closing. And the topic was covering an aspect of threat and cybersecurity. And to my mind, there are quite a number of levels of threats which also present as opportunities. Of course, it was said here earlier that Africa is trying to find its place in this whole business of AI. And this connected summit being in Africa, maybe it's a time we have this conversation as to what Africa's contribution is going to be, so that data representation becomes a conversation that we step up to the highest level possible, so that even as regulation is being developed, even in the global platforms, whether we are talking about charters, resolutions that are internationally going to be developed, that presents as an opportunity for Africa to seed in its voice at the very nascent and early stages. Secondly, the biggest threat would, of course, be the threat to humanity and to humanness. So for us, even as we sit in a technological conference, we've always got to remind ourselves of the place of the human in that technology. And I'll use, again, the example of the representation that was done by Hani. When he got up on stage, first of all, we were wowed by how he presented himself with the technology. But devoid of Hani on stage, that presentation would not have made sense. So for us, it's to look for places where we are protecting by developing, so that it is as P.S. Tanui said, it is safety and security by design. And that will have all the levels of self-regulation, the levels of industry regulation, the levels of government regulation, legislations, policy, and all this. But ultimately, quite a good conference and a good summit. And glad that we are having it in Africa. And allow me to give a shout out. My minister has just walked in, who is shepherding the program that I talked about, the digital superhighway in Kenya is under the purview and supervision of none other than Waziri Eliud Owalo, who is doing an amazing job. Thank you very much, Moses.
Thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate it. And karibu sana, Eliud. So thank you so much, everyone on the panel. We'll bring this to a close, and I think we'll get a chance to take a photo.
Yes.
And please, once again, you can give them a hand for their contributions.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Moses Kemibaro, for ably trying to unpack as much as you could within the 45 minutes. Let's take a step forward, gentlemen, and just take a photo to archive this as it had happened. And next up, thank you, gentlemen, for being gracious to give way for the next conversation. I'd like to call on Laura Chite. She's going to be the moderator for the next session on talent, skills, and emerging opportunities. She is an innovation communication consultant to Holistic Technologies. So she takes the stage, and with her panel, she will be introducing them. Let's give a hand to these gentlemen who have been covering safeguarding growth and building resilience, the future of Africa with AI, and the impact of cybersecurity. Moses Kemibaro, again, asante sana. Laura, karibu, as well with your panelists who are on standby, and she's going to be talking about talent, skills, and the emerging opportunities. Give a hand to Laura.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, okay, I know I'm between you and your lunch, so I'm just going to ask my panelists to come up very fast. Trust me, we have a very interesting session for you. My name is Laura Chite, and I'm the moderator today. So my panelists, Nikki from Moringa School, please come up. We have Nondi from AWS. They'll introduce themselves properly. I'm just trying to do this as quickly as possible. We have Winnie Tanui from Lengo Africa. Winnie, are you here? We have Fozia Ali from Safaricom. Fozia, are you here? Just keep coming up. And then we have Honorable Dr. Tandera Mavetera, Ministry of ICT, Zimbabwe. I don't know if he's here. And finally, His Excellency, Mr. Maulud Mohammed Fadel, Ministry of ICT, Sarawi. Okay, so what I'll do, I will start from that end. Nikki, kindly introduce yourself, your title, your organization, and then we'll come down all the way.
Thanks, Laura. I'm Nikki Germany. I'm the CEO at Moringa School. We're a learning accelerator that focuses on technical skills. So we train young people in software development, data science, cybersecurity, and a whole range of emerging technologies.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fozia, Chief Consumer Business Officer at Safaricom. Very happy to be at this event. Thanks.
Mohamed Maulud, Mohamed Fadel, Minister of Economy and Finance in Sahrawi Republic. We are working also with young people, and we are working issues of digital transformation in our country. Thank you.
A very good day to everyone in the room. My name is Nondumiso Zibi. I am the Director, Support Engineering. I lead the EMEA team. I am in AWS.
Thank you. I think we're supposed to be having a translator around for our speaker. Where's the translator? Okay, as we're still sorting that out. Just to remind you, our topic is around talents, skills, and the emerging opportunities. And I think the real thing we're trying to address here is artificial intelligence, which seems to be creating a lot of fear from the young people who are coming up with jobs, and they're wondering, are they going to be jobs for them in the future? Do they have the right skills? Are they being trained in the right way? Is the curriculum the right? What are governments doing about this? So that's going to be the focus of our conversation today. So Nikki, I'm going to start with you. And I'd just like to hear from you on what is the impact of AI on jobs of the future? And are we positioned as Africa so that we can take advantage of the latest technologies that are coming out? And what is Moringa School doing about that?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. There's a lot of dramatic headlines out there about AI eating our jobs. And, you know, the media are paid to come up with dramatic headlines. But when you dig a little bit deeper and you get a little bit more nuanced about what's actually happening in the industry, you find that there's a very different story happening. So is there going to be disruption? Absolutely. But what's the size and shape of that disruption? And when you look at that by sector, when you look at it by skill set, it's true, some jobs will eventually be eliminated, but most of these jobs are likely to be clerical or administrative. Some jobs will change significantly in shape. So there's an estimate that, you know, up to 30% of different tasks in different jobs can be automated. But there are also going to be a whole bunch of jobs created because of this fourth industrial revolution. And if you look at what companies are saying around the world, when you ask them, what's the biggest impact on your business in the future? They say, what's happening now with digital transformation. And when you ask, is that going to create jobs or is that going to reduce jobs? More than 50% of them say that it's actually going to create jobs. So what are those jobs? Well, there's jobs like everything that we've been talking about at this conference so far. Cybersecurity that we just heard from our panelists, huge. Obviously, AI and machine learning, but a range, you know, digital transformation specialist jobs, digital marketing jobs, anything to do with big data and data analytics and data engineering. So those are roles that everybody is seeing as growth roles for the future, and not just growth from the amount that we have now, but large job creation in the future. So I think that we're very well placed to be focusing on the skills that are needed for the future. And I think that there's a huge opportunity for us here in Africa about how we go about doing that. And maybe I'll let some others comment and come back to that.
So that's very interesting. If you noticed when Nikki started, she talked about sensational headlines so that, you know, there's some kind of fear created. But I think there's something around fear of the unknown, but we'll come back to that and talk about it. Nikki, thank you very much. Nondi, I'm going to go to you next. I want to hear a little bit about what are the essential talents and skills that are needed to thrive in the digital economy, because this is a big deal across Africa. In order for us to be able to leapfrog, and Nikki already mentioned the fourth industrial revolution, we were forced into this so fast because of COVID. So what are some of the things we need to do so that we can take advantage of this and be ready?
Thank you, Laura, for that. Let me start by saying the business analysis is going to be very critical for each and every organization to make sure that they understand what artificial intelligence and automation is going to impact their businesses. And secondly, we need to start at a high school level to make sure that we educate the young force, because they're going to be our leaders of the next generation. And when you look at what Nikki has mentioned already, programming languages is going to be very critical to deal with artificial intelligence skills and acquisition. And we're looking at things like Python, JavaScript, C#, and so forth. And also data modeling and analysis, because there's lots of data that we'll be handling. In AWS, by the way, we've been working on artificial intelligence and machine learning for quite some time now. And actually, recently, last year, 2023, we did a global skills report internally where our employees or workforce is telling us that actually 85% of our workforce is telling us that already they are feeling the impact in terms of their jobs. And the question is, are we still going to have our jobs? And the answer is very simple. As we invest in talent, which is crucial for any organization, we need to make sure that we alleviate the fear of the unknown that Nikki was talking about and give opportunities to our employees to go through the courses and the skills and certifications. And most importantly, cybersecurity is very critical and crucial for us in this space of digital era to protect us from the attacks and our application and networks, and also data analysis.
Thank you very much, Nondi. And you know, I like that. We all need this agility so that we are able to survive as technology keeps evolving, especially from an African perspective. And because we have a young population, we are very youthful, it's very easy for us to transform ourselves and to be able to adapt to the new wave of technology. Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed, I don't know if you can hear me clearly. So my question to you is going to be around collaboration and strategies for inclusion, because for all this to be successful, we need to have government partner. So what role does the public-private partnerships play in fostering talent development and creating inclusive pathways to economic opportunity?
Merci bien. Vraiment, il faut savoir que la formation et le savoir-faire, surtout avec les jeunes et la jeunesse en général, c'est un défi important. Aussi, la formation, l'enseignement dans le domaine de l'informatique en général et les connaissances de la programmation, c'est une nécessité importante pour nous au niveau de tous les pays de l'Afrique. Mais aussi la connaissance et l'extension, la diffusion de la connaissance sur les aspects de l'information, de l'Internet et de la connectivité en général, c'est un défi continental. Pour la collaboration la collaboration stratégique entre les organismes gouvernementaux et les entités ou les organismes ou les dispositifs privés, c'est important au niveau général. C'est une méthodologie, c'est une manière de travailler importante entre les deux secteurs, de collaborer entre les deux secteurs privés et publics pour assurer le processus général de la transformation digitale dans tous les pays, surtout en Afrique. Et au niveau de la formation, au niveau de la collaboration dans le domaine de la formation, c'est une chose très important parce que la majorité des gouvernements n'a pas les moyens, n'a pas les ressources humaines qui peuvent être mobilisées pour assurer les opérations de formation, de training, on dit, pour les jeunes en général, mais pour le public. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a beaucoup de petites entreprises, des petits centres de formation, des centres, des organisations qui travaillent dans le domaine de la formation qui peuvent être un bon partenaire avec le gouvernement. On dit les académies de l'informatique, on dit aussi les entreprises qui travaillent dans le domaine de la technologie, de la formation, que peuvent collaborer, que peuvent partager l'expérience en exécutant des programmes de gouvernement. Ça applique vraiment la capacité de trouver le financement pour payer ces organismes parce que ça coûte, mais pour nous, c'est une tendance, c'est une manière, c'est une technique que peuvent assurer la collaboration, que peuvent renforcer la collaboration entre gouvernement et secteur privé, mais aussi mobiliser le secteur privé dans le programme et les projets de chaque pays. Et pour nous, au niveau de notre gouvernement, appuyons cette tendance et nous considérons que le secteur privé peut jouer un rôle important dans ce processus de transformation digitale en général. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And you just talked through, the importance of some of these partnerships, the importance of inclusivity, and the difference they make, across with regards to building new skills within organizations and making a difference within the country for the success of the economy. So I'm just going to go to you, Fozia, and Fozia. You are from Safaricom, and the infrastructure is a big deal in making all this a success. So I'd like to talk a little bit about marginalized communities. We do understand, Africa has some areas that are very well developed and some areas that are just so far out that accessibility is a problem. So what is the implications of digital exclusion for marginalized communities and society as a whole? And what is Safaricom doing about that?
All right. Laura, thank you very much for that question. I think the way I want to respond to it is by using an actual example. So early this year, we made a visit to Kakuma, one of the refugee camps here in Kenya. For those of you who don't know, we have over 600,000 refugees in this country. And I would, you would definitely call them marginalized communities. In Kakuma, we have about 200,000 of those refugees. And what will tend to happen in a situation such as that, you'd find that access to access to healthcare, access to housing, access to food would be sort of like the immediate challenges that you would face. But what I want to tell you is that even in those communities, one of the things that we established a long time ago is that those are our customers and we need to connect to them. So the benefit we have in Kenya is that 97% of the population is actually covered by internet access, because all these things we are talking about, if we don't have internet connectivity, or at least connectivity, access to, sort of like connectivity services, then, we're just talking to ourselves. So, and in the areas where commercially, for most of the telecommunication companies, you would not be able to actually provide access, this Communication Authority actually has what is called the Universal Service Fund that allows telecoms to actually cover the areas that probably would not be economically viable. So at least in Kenya, what we can say is that in terms of access, at least we have 97%. Every year, Communication Authority would give telcos about 150 to 300 sites to build in areas that where we would not commercially build. So once we have connectivity, the next thing is how many people can actually access that internet, and that's where the problem is. And that's where you'd find the biggest gap, which is what we call the usage gap. And it's access to actually a device that enables people to be able to connect to information, to connect to knowledge, which is now the next big gap. But the other gap that we also find is that, especially if you start by looking at the younger people, very many young people will stay away from the STEM type subjects. So some of the things that we definitely would need to do, and maybe just to give an example of something Safaricom is doing with young scientists of Kenya, is going across the country and encouraging young people to take part in, to actually take up the STEM subjects. And what this does is that it gives them the opportunity first to start to be curious, because the whole thing about sciences is to be curious, to experiment, to learn. And the beauty about a young scientist of Kenya is that because it links it up to a competition, and young people are very competitive, then it encourages young people to actually pick up some of these things. Technology is at the center of the courses that are done by these students, and experimentation is one of the things that is done. So these are some of the programs that we can put in place to encourage young people to start to pick some of these lessons. I can tell you, because YSK go all the way to Garissa, Moyale, Mandera, and all those marginalized areas, it's providing an opportunity for the young people to actually to start to be curious about sciences and to say, this is actually something that I can do. But of course, when you come now to saying, so what are the opportunities as you bring these young people all the way into university and into the workforce? Still, access to devices, access to connectivity, whether it's bundles, still continues to be a barrier. And the reason we say this as important is because we know the future of work has changed. The future of work is now not about a place, it's a space. People can be able to work in Kenya, but they're actually working for organizations that are providing services outside the country. We know quite a number of people who are building apps, sitting in Kenya but working for global organizations. People doing very simple things like translation, very simple things like technical things in the area of animation, and providing software development work while sitting in Kenya for the opportunities that could happen outside. These are things that even if you're in a marginalized community, you can be able to provide. However, we have to deal with the basic facts. One, ensuring that internet connectivity is there. Two, affordable devices are provided. And then three, the relevant skill set, which brings me to my third point. One of the things we are all learning now is, as you know, for those especially in the workforce, is there's something called lifelong learning. Yes, there are the things that we learned in school, but we are learning now that we have to pick the new skills so that we can be able to offer more value to the organizations that we work in. I think one of the things that probably we could do in this particular area for both the people in marginalized areas and those in not is to demonstrate that there are very many platforms where people can actually pick some of these basic skills in terms of development, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's about user experience and design, that can enable them to continue to be relevant in the workspace. So what I would say, Laura, is while it is true that access, especially for marginalized communities, is going to be much, much wider, we need to be more intentional about providing the basic requirements that would make it accessible and make it actually, and create an opportunity where even those people who are in those communities can be able to have a livelihood that is sustainable because they can get access to the relevant skills. At Safaricom, we're committed to continuing to ensure that customers get connectivity, that customers will get devices that are reasonable. For most of you, know that we normally have, we have our program called Lipa Mdogo Mdogo that allows people to access devices from where they're paying it on a daily basis. Pay almost about $50 as a down payment, and then pay 20 cents on a daily basis and be able to access these devices. These are the enablers that will allow all the Kenyans and all the people in Africa to be able to get access to first the opportunities that the internet provides, because what the internet does, it breaks all barriers. It ensures that irrespective of where you are, you can be able to access this knowledge and information.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fozia. And you know, there's a few things that you've brought out there that are very important. The fact that it takes three parts to make this whole thing a success. You know what I'm saying? The skills, the access, the devices, the affordable devices is very important. And you know, as you were speaking, I was thinking about it and I was thinking to myself, during my parents' time, there was this thing called rural-urban migration, okay? Where they would leave the rural areas, come to the city to look for jobs. But because of technology, the youth do not have to leave the rural areas to come to the urban areas to work. There's remote working. And because we have the infrastructure in place, because you can train remotely, have your skills and all that, then you can work from where you are. But the biggest impact of all this is around the money is back to the grassroots, right? So that means that economy in that area is actually going to flourish, okay? Cost of living in the rural areas is not as much as it is here. And I think this is the importance of devolution, right? We all have to learn how to make things work from where we are. And because we are so privileged to have the infrastructure, at least in most of Kenya and Africa, then let's do where we can where we are. Nikki, I'm coming back to you right now. So Fozia and all the rest of my panelists have talked about how the skills are important, how they are creating access, some of the programs that are being run. I'd like to understand from a Moringa School perspective. You've delivered all these skills, okay? What happens to the youth with regards to the next steps in their lives, right? Jobs, 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 which I'm sure many of the people here are parents, and these are some of their biggest issues. They invest in their children with regards to skills. But what happens after that? What's the next steps that you take after that?
Yeah, it's a really important question. And at Moringa, we've always been extremely focused on making sure that we're delivering the skills that are required by the employers. Just yesterday, I was with a roundtable of employers, learning from them and going through our curriculum to understand what it is that, where we can tweak to make sure that we're always at the forefront of what's relevant to the employers. So that's really, really important to us. But what we're also noticing, and just as Fauzia spoke about, there's a whole different ways of thinking about work. And when I think about your earlier question, and how do we make sure that we're taking advantage of all of these opportunities that are coming up, I think one of the things is that students and parents need to think more broadly about what work is. So work can be what we traditionally think of. You go and work in an office for a Kenyan employer. Or work can be that you actually sit somewhere, work for an international employer, or work can be that you're doing a more portfolio type of work, gig economy, or work can be entrepreneurship. And I think it's very important that everybody starts to think about work more broadly. And then we need to include what are the fundamentals that we need in order to make that happen. And so some of that is, and device is very, very important because you actually need the devices to be able to access this work. And I don't think there's enough focus on ensuring that devices are in the hands of the people who need them. We also need to make sure that educational institutions are extremely nimble in responding to the needs of the employers and can change quickly. We need to make sure that we're teaching the fundamental skills. Both educators need to be teaching those, and that includes the government, because this does start at primary school and secondary schools with regards to critical thinking and creative problem solving. And we need to make sure that the private sector are also focusing on upskilling their own workforces to take advantage of the jobs and the jobs of the future. So there's a number of things that I think infrastructure things, foundational things that are put in place, but we think differently about the future, and we're seeing more and more of our graduates being placed into international roles. We actually have an alumni the other day who was hired in cybersecurity to work for a large multinational in the US, and he is working on their off hours because our time difference means that he's actually monitoring all of the systems while they're sleeping in the US. And we're seeing more and more of that, and there's a lot of good work being done about how do we tap into that, and a lot of industry work. KEPSA, MasterCard Foundation are all working together to actually do roadshows and promote Kenya as a place for digital work. And so as we come together like that, that's when we'll see the jobs materialize, not just here, but globally.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. And I like the part where you talk about the global part. It's not about jobs within a certain geography. We have to think global because technology has created, has made the world a digital village. So you have access to anything, anywhere, at any time in terms of work opportunities. And we keep talking about Forex that has to come into the country. So you can imagine if our youth are able to work remotely and they're able to receive that into the country, the difference it will make in terms of the economy. So I'm glad to hear that Moringa is thinking about training from a holistic perspective. It's just not the technical skills, but the soft skills that are important, and also thinking about how are those who are already in the employment space being constantly trained. I guess this is maybe around the lifelong learning that, Fozia, you were talking about. Nondia, over to you now. I'm very interested because, I know AWS is a global organization, a very strong technology global organization, very interested in building skills in the market. I know one of my friends or two of my friends who are ex-colleagues who are at AWS today have been doing a lot of work on the ground with regards to making sure that skills are built and AWS is adopted locally from an African perspective. So I'd like to understand how some of your partnerships are going, what's the impact you've had so far, and what are the plans in future with regards to AWS and building skills in Africa, and making sure that we are ahead of the curve.
Thank you, Laura. And actually, let me acknowledge Moringa School. I'm happy to be sharing this panel with Nikki from Moringa. Last year, we made a huge commitment that we'll be training 10,000 people in Africa and especially in Kenya. And I'm so happy to say to date, we've trained over 5,000 people, which is amazing. Last year, we launched a skills center in Cape Town, in South Africa, which is really amazing. It opened up opportunities for Africa continent because our training is offered on a digital platform. That is one. And secondly, to your point, Laura, we have made a huge commitment as well last year that we are gonna train 29 million people from the AWS perspective in the next 3 years. And I'm happy to say Africa alone, we've trained 300,000 employees. That is our contribution to skills in Africa as a whole. And we continue to do exactly that. Now, moving globally, we have various partners, as I'm already indicated that Moringa School is one of our AWS partners, and we also have AWS Academy, Udemy. These are the platforms that are open to every organization that aspires to upskill their workforce, and also internally with AWS, it starts with us. We have one of the leadership principles called Learn and Be Curious. We continue to learn because that's how we make sure that we stay relevant in the market in terms of competitive advantage, and also making sure that as we have customers consuming our AWS services, we are ready to support.
Okay, so big audacious numbers from AWS. 29 million in the next 3 years. You have done 300,000 in Africa. I mean, I think that's amazing. And, and we look forward to those numbers growing. And it's very interesting that you're sitting in the same panel with one of your partners. And I'm going to send this right back to Nikki before I go to our Honorable Minister and then Fozia. So, Nikki, I want to hear a little bit from you. What has the impact of partnering with AWS been like from a Moringa School perspective and the impact of skills in Kenya? And as Nikki is talking, we do have our Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe who's just walked in and will be joining us on stage.
Yeah, we're really thrilled with our partnership with AWS. And one of the things is that the employer market is still very focused on certification and on brand names that come with that. And so it's really important for people to know that these are skills that they're learning that have impact in the market. And so that's really one of the great things that comes with partnering with people like AWS, is that this is very recognized everywhere, not just in Kenya, but also globally. And so that really adds a stamp of credibility to everything that we're doing.
Thank you, Nikki. Can I go to our Honorable Minister now? So my question for you is around policies. So I'd like to know, how can stakeholders collaborate with government from a policy perspective so that they're able to work together with government, promote policies that create equitable access to digital resources and opportunities for those within Africa?
Merci pour la question. C'est une question un peu complexe. Avant tout, j'aimerais de dire un peu une observation sur le concept de travail, le concept de la formation. Avec cette ère de la transformation digitale, on peut parler de l'importance le changement de concept de la formation traditionnelle et le travail traditionnel. Vraiment que les jeunes préfèrent des autres modèles de formation, des autres modèles de travail. Aussi, on peut lier la formation avec le travail, c'est-à-dire qu'on offre des centres de formation qui, en même temps, offrent aussi un travail. Et nous avons une expérience dans ce domaine. On construit des centres de formation, mais en même temps, c'est un travail que peuvent donner à les jeunes une apportation économique considérable. Aussi, pour les jeunes, c'est difficile d'accéder à le marché du travail parce que d'emploi, parce que les jeunes en général n'aiment pas l'administration, c'est-à-dire et pas un bon client de l'administration, ils viennent pas toujours, c'est pas comme nous qui viennent des fois, il y a plusieurs fois que nous avons un contact direct et continu avec l'administration. Les jeunes ne veulent pas aller à l'administration, c'est-à-dire les centres d'emploi. Et dans ce cas, les sites ou les plateformes qui peuvent être à la disponibilité de les jeunes qui donnent l'opportunité à les jeunes de chercher le travail, c'est une manière alternative à l'administration traditionnelle qui peuvent être éloignées, qui peuvent être fermées, qui peuvent être difficiles de communiquer. Aussi, nous avons aussi l'administration, notre type d'administration qui des fois est pas bien transparent des fois. Et pour cette plateforme qui organise où les jeunes peuvent inscrire, ça garantit un bon niveau de transparence que peuvent donner une opportunité équitable pour tous les jeunes. Mais aussi, cette manière de créer l'emploi, c'est aussi, il faut la changer. On a promouvé le concept de start-up. C'est clair que pour créer le travail ou pour trouver un travail, il faut créer des grandes, par exemple, entreprises ou des usines ou quelque chose comme ça. Mais le concept qu'il faut, nous, comme gouvernement, favoriser, c'est la création des start-up, des petites entreprises qui sont liées avec la technologie, qui peuvent donner des opportunités universelles ouvertes pour les jeunes. Cet concept ou cette idée de la partenariat de gouvernement dans cette, on dit, tendance au projet, grand projet de transformation digitale, c'est un devoir des gouvernements, maintenant il faut être un engagement politique. Les gouvernements qui sont engagés avec leur peuple, avec leur jeunesse, avec leurs problèmes, il faut comme conséquence être engagé avec la transformation digitale, avec l'utilisation de la technologie pour résoudre ces problèmes de leur peuple ou leur jeunesse. Le discours d'hier du président Ruto, c'est un exemple de l'engagement clair, firme et solide d'un gouvernement pour le gouvernement kenyan, les efforts et le projet de transformation digitale, c'est une nécessité pour résoudre la majorité de problèmes qu'il y a en société comme la société de la République du Kenya. Mais nous, au niveau de notre gouvernement, nous avons aussi cet engagement avec la numérisation, avec la transformation digitale, avec l'implication de la technologie dans la transformation générale de la société qui est pour être préparée à entrer ou à être prêt à traiter ou à conviver avec la nouvelle ère, toute la réalité qui est un résultat de la quatrième révolution. C'est-à-dire que maintenant, la politique digitale de chaque gouvernement, c'est un devoir, c'est un engagement et c'est un devoir. Et il faut que nous, comme gouvernement, travaillons pour faciliter cette transformation digitale comme un projet d'État au niveau de chaque pays.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So I know not everybody has the translator in the room, but I'll quickly summarize what he said. So the Honorable Minister is talking about how in Sarahawi they've created these centers where the youth are trained or they can go in and look for employment. And because the youth do not have the patience to go the old administrative way like some of us are used to, we have to find a way of involving technology so that they are also part of the process from a government services perspective. And he says that for a government to be successful from the fourth industrial revolution perspective, you have to create the right environment for startups to thrive, okay? And by creating the environment for startups to thrive, you also create an environment for the economy to thrive. And because of those startups that are thriving from a technology perspective, your products become global products, or they become universal products. So that also increases your trade from a country perspective. He acknowledged the remarks by Our Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, around the plans that Kenya has made with regards to digital transformation. He's admirable of it, and he's hoping that the rest of Africa will follow suit and make digital transformation a big agenda with the different governments. He says it's a different task for the different governments, but each government has to find their own way of making sure that their digital transformation is put into place, and there has to be collaboration, and there has to be change with the way government thinks so that technology can be embraced and adopted by government, especially in this fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much, Your Honorable Minister. Okay, I thought I'd get a round of applause for that. I think my translation was very good. So, Fozia, to you now. Sorry, you'll excuse me, I'm just operating multiple devices here. So, Fozia, so my next question to you is around how do we ensure that efforts to promote digital inclusion lead to sustainable and long-term outcomes? Because we're not doing this just for today. We're doing this for the long term. And technology is very dynamic and agile, you know? So, and then we do have our SDGs.
And then we do have a point where we have to make sure that everything we are doing is sustainable so that we don't have to keep going back to save the situation. You know, teach a man to fish so that they continue to be sustainable and they pass on those skills and talents and knowledge to the next generation and next generation and next generation. Talk to us a little bit around that.
So I like where you sort of like pointed out around the SDGs. I think what should overarch how all of us make this very sustainable is if we lead, especially if we're in organizations, is to lead from purpose. SDGs allow us to lead from purpose, and if we just use the basic tenet of SDGs is that we don't leave anyone behind. That's the basic tenet of the SDGs. Now, I think the only way for us to make this very, very sustainable is to probably adopt a multi-level approach, but also to leverage a lot on partnerships. I don't think there's any one organization or institution or even government alone that can be able to ensure that this journey that we are on around making sure that it is sustainable is actually a reality. And the reason I say this is that, and I'll sort of like try and sort of like use three basic levels just as an example of how this can be done. If you look at our education system at the moment, it is definitely going through a transformation. But one of the bold statements that the government has made is that they have actually built into the curricula digital literacy and digital learning as embedded in that program. Is it easy? No. Is it something that is going to be done, like in a day? No. But how can we all come together to support the government to make this a reality? There is no way schools are going to make this a reality if schools don't even have access to power, if schools don't have access to internet, if schools don't have access to the right devices that allow the students the opportunity to learn. And it doesn't mean that each and every student must have access to the device. We could have a computer lab, at least in every school. So all of us have a role from how we provide the right energy solutions so that the schools and institutions actually have access to power, to ensuring that we provide digital content that allows for these young people to learn in a very interactive way. Young people like to learn in an interactive way. It's not just a matter of probably translating the curriculum, from it being a book to being, a digital ebook. It's also about ensuring that the journey of learning is interactive. That is something that can create an opportunity for someone in this audience to create digital, sort of like to translate the curricula into a way that is interactive and interesting for the kids to learn. If I pick the example I was telling you about Kakuma, we visited one of the secondary schools there, and this secondary school had a lab. It was there, but there was no equipment. There was no microscope. There were no chemical equipment. They couldn't do the experiments, whether it's for physics or for chemistry or biology. But these students, together with their teacher, were so innovative, leveraging technology. They actually had a projector and had used some of those interesting apps that was enabling them to simulate a chemical, sort of like a chemistry experiment. And actually the students were running the class and they were saying, if you take this chemical and mix it with this chemical, this is what you'll get. You'll get this gas, it will be this color. But because they were able to see it, to visualize it, despite the fact they didn't have the actual chemicals and equipment, it was allowing them to visualize exactly what would happen, assuming they actually had that. So I think what I'm saying here is that through partnerships, we can be able to help the Ministry of Education to actually come up with these solutions that enable students to start to adopt various ways of learning that are experimental and ensures that young people continue to be curious, because young people are born to be curious. So just to use technology to enable, despite the challenges are there and they will continue to be there, but through partnerships, how can we do that? Going to the university levels, one of the things when you come to the work environment, what do we all say? That the people coming out of campus don't have the right skills, they don't have the skills that are relevant for the workspace. But then it's up to us through partnership to actually build co-build the curricula in a way that ensures the relevant skills are getting taught in a way that they can be consumed in the work environment. So one of the things we've come up with as Safaricom is come up with a program that we're calling the Industry. It's sort of like an industry technology program where we're working together with academia and a lot of the technology partners. And I'm sharing a stage with some of our very, very great partners. Moringa is one of our partners, AWS one of our partners, of course, Huawei, Nokia, and all those. And what are we saying? We are going to help academia come up with curricula that enables us to have the right skill set so that we create a pipeline. What we want is to create a big pipeline where we are not actually competing. I can tell you, when about 4 or 5 years ago, I was building apps for Safaricom. And what would happen is that you try to protect your team so that they don't even see an ad for any other organization. Of course, it's not possible. Quite a number of my people actually went to work for Microsoft and to Google, and they're doing very, very well. So what we said is, instead of us feeling like we are fighting for resources, let's create a very healthy pipeline of digital resources. So at Safaricom, we have identified 9 critical skills that we think are important for our sector into the future. Most of them have been discussed here: UI, UX, AI, machine learning, cybersecurity, data scientists. In the last 4 years, Safaricom has transformed. We have gone fully agile, and that's why we are saying these skills are important. So we need to create the pipeline for them. We have transformed to becoming an agile organization. We have moved from only having about 250 engineers in our organization to over 800 engineers, and that number is going to grow. But now we're saying it's not about just engineers, it's the digital skills. So we are expanding on the data science skills. So how can we help academia to actually build the skills that we need to actually get the pipeline to come to us? But you know what? Not everybody makes it to campus. So how do we ensure that we work through partners like Moringa and all the others out there to build the skills that are needed? So even for our own workforce, we are working on what we are calling reskilling. So every year we identify a skill that every single staff needs to get certification in. Because remember, we don't want our teams to become scared or to fear the future, where they are wondering, gosh, I got an accounting degree, is it going to be relevant in the future? We're saying your accounting degree is going to be relevant in the future, but now probably we want you to extend it into data science and data analytics because that's where we're going. We want to extend that skill to machine learning and being able to help the organization reduce cost of delivery. So how can we be able to help our teams acquire these new skills? So what we're saying here is that we need partnerships at all levels. At the grassroots level, what I'd call primary and secondary school, let's support the Ministry of Education, whether it's through devices, electricity, access to digital content. At the tertiary level, making sure that they have the curriculum that will be ready and fit for the workforce. But at the workforce level, working very intentionally to make sure that the workforce has the right skills and for them not to be scared, not to fear. All of us have learned many new things after COVID. I normally use my mom as an example. She's in her 70s and she has been able to adopt using Zoom for her chama meetings. I mean, if a 70-year-old can pick new skills, we can all pick new skills. But we just need to know, how do we go about it? Organizations such as Moringa and many others are providing these platforms. In Safaricom, we have ensured that our staff can actually self-learn. So we have platforms with LinkedIn. We have platforms internally where we've picked from various organizations that allow you to pick these skills and learn on your own, in your own time. So I think this is one of the ways that we can make sure that it's accessible. But for me, I think the fundamental thing is all Kenyans must have access to the internet. All Kenyans must have access to an internet device because it is the window to the opportunities that exist. As we have said, the jobs of the future might not even be in Kenya, but the Kenyans, because we have the right skill set and the right work ethic. I can tell you, people who come and work with Kenyans always say we have the right work ethic. It's for us to open up the opportunities for the young people who are there to see these opportunities. As I close, how we've tried to bring this to life, we have launched a platform for the youth. We're calling it Safaricom Hook. We're using 3 pillars: technology, culture, and career, just to help them to start to rethink the future. And we're trying to demonstrate to them that by leveraging technology, they should not be limited that by just working in an organization. There are many, many, many opportunities. So we are working with partners, and we are welcoming anyone in this arena who would want to work with us. We're working with Meta, working with Google, working with Wowzy, just to try to demonstrate to the youth that, you know what? Just by having access to the internet, you can create a sustainable future for yourself. So let me just take it back to you, and thank you.
Yes, as you close, you actually closed. Okay, so when you see me standing, I'm hungry, and I think it's time for all of us to eat. So the last thing I'm going to do is ask my panelists. We have 4 minutes to go. It's only 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes to go. Each of you, your parting shot. You have 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, your parting shot, so that we can release everybody to go and eat. I'll start with you.
There are jobs out there. A lot of those jobs are in the technology sector. They're growing, and a lot of them are coming to Africa. So get prepared for them by lifelong learning and a commitment to curiosity, analytical thinking, and problem solving, and think differently about work.
Thank you, Nikki. Fozia? No, not you.
Oh.
I'm going to go to the Honorable Minister first. Honorable Minister, your parting shot, your last words.
Avant la transformation digitale, c'est une responsabilité politique. La garantie est la génération, c'est-à-dire les générations, les nouvelles générations sont la garantie de la transformation digitale de notre société, notre pays, et nous sommes responsables de faire réalité la connectivité de l'Afrique à partir de cette 10 ans. Merci.
Okay, so the Honorable Minister has said the future belongs to the youth, and it is up to the governments today to make sure in the next 7 to 10 years there's enough connectivity to make the youth a success and to make the continent of Africa a success. Nondi.
Thank you, Laura. Gen AI is not just the topic, it's the reality. This is the time for each and every one of us individually and organizations to get into the digital transformation journey, and the partnerships are going to be very crucial. And let me say this, in terms of Gen AI, understanding and impact for each and every organization is not just for the CTOs and the CIOs to understand. The entire CISO needs to understand the impact. The investment that is required to be done is very crucial, and it needs the discussion to happen across the CISO board, and the benefits outweighs the investments that needs to be done, because we're talking about Gen AI changing people's careers and lives, and also making sure that our youth have got access to the skills in the digital era. We need to make it happen. Let me invite each and every one of you to go into AWS Skills Builder. Then you can learn more about how you can engage with us, and also get access to our free training, by the way. You don't have to pay. And for organizations, we are open to partnership, AWS training partners, as you have heard me earlier on referring to Moringa School, who's one of our partners. This is an amazing journey. I'm very excited about it.
Thank you, Nondi. Fozia?
All right. I think my parting shot is just around ensuring that we create a fantastic opportunity for the young people in Africa. We say the median age in Africa is below 20 years. The statistics from GSMA tell us that over 900 million Africans don't have access to the internet. They are covered, but they don't have access. So if we can commit to ensuring that every young person has access to a device, because that device will allow them a window to the opportunities that exist out there. Our youth do not need to feel disillusioned about the future. We can create a workforce that is productive by leveraging a world in which they were born in, because they are digital natives. So let's empower our youth by all of us committing to working in whichever way we can to ensure they have access to the device, the window of this opportunity, and the skills that will allow them to thrive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my panelists. I think we've had a great discussion. We would be very happy if you clapped for us, because we kept you here over lunch. But All I can say is my one parting shot as the moderator of this session. It takes a village, and Africa is made up of villages. So let's all do our part, come together, and make a difference to our continent. Thank you, and back to the MC.
The primary The primary ambition of this summit is that through determined collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals as well as the AU's Agenda 2063.
No hay tiempo ni dimensión, y lo único que escucho es el ritmo de la canción. Ni segundo ni minuto. Acelera y freno en seco todo. Control, control.
cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
We have a system called Ardhi Sasa. So we've been digitizing and digitalizing our land registries and our processes across the country. But we're almost 100% complete in Nairobi. So now the difference with the digital system, at the click of a button, you will get information. At the click of a button, you will get historical information about a parcel of land. It has curbed fraud. You know, people are so happy. ICT will bring up lots of innovations. ICT is opening up more opportunities every day. So I think people now should start thinking ICT, not just, land transactions, valuation transactions, registration. That will change. I'm really looking forward to experiencing this summit Connected because it's my first one. If you have something that you would like to showcase to the world, Connected is a platform where you can do that. I believe this will be transforming to all our stakeholders, our delegates, our attendees, considering even the participation is from the continent and perhaps even beyond. So I welcome each and every of the participants, the delegates, the VIPs, the directors, the PSs, the CSs. It will be a great experience.
ICT Authority has held Connected Summit for the last 12 years. We've had conversations that have been very fruitful and has impacted our country. On the 13th event, we are very happy that it's coming to be African and continental. There are also these emerging issues that we've seen during the COVID-19, how it affected global supply chains. How do we position Kenya and the continent and the region as a contributor to the global economic growth by giving diversification of supply chain and also availing our smart talent to be able to be contributors to the global economy.
As the only fiber manufacturing company, we will be attending Connected, and we encourage all the delegates that will be here that they can also visit our factory, and we will show them, take them through our manufacturing process so that they see how innovation and technology is happening in Kenya. As near fiber, one of our biggest advantages is that we have enabled our customers. We've shortened the lead time to our customers where they used to import cables from, let's say, India and China for 4 months, and we've reduced this to 2 weeks production and delivery to our customer. This will help the customer to deliver their project faster and also start earning revenue early enough. We've also ensured that we are able to deliver these goods within East Africa as the fastest possible because of the East Africa community, and we are able to deliver within 3 weeks, for example, to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Ethiopia.
A leading European online business network with a user base spanning 15 million members found itself grappling with the complexities of rapid data growth and scaling analytics. Traditional solutions like NFS stores and relational databases couldn't keep pace with the demands of real-time data integration, performance monitoring, and the advanced analytics required by their distributed teams. The gears were grinding to a halt. Like a machine needing fine-tuning, their existing data and AI solutions needed to catch up. HP Esmeralda Data Fabric made their operations run smoothly. The platform provided the stability, security, and scalability they desperately needed. It also enabled real-time data integration with other sources like Adobe Analytics. This empowered stakeholders with self-service access to raw data for immediate analysis. Now multiple use cases could be handled on a single cluster, and their clunky machinery became a well-oiled, enterprise-ready machine. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Data management and administration time was slashed from 30% to less than 10%, freeing up resources for innovation. The ability to instantly glean insights from raw data opened up new avenues for business opportunities. Moreover, the platform's new global namespace eliminated the confusion of accessing and finding data and provided the global visibility needed by the data science teams. Now, not only is your machine well-oiled, but it's also more versatile and powerful than ever, capable of easily adapting to future challenges.
This is a very, very important week for Africa, Your Excellency, because it gives us the opportunity as Africa to discuss the emerging issues in our operational environment in view of dynamism in the technological space and come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap.
At Cisco, we believe inclusion isn't just the right thing to do. It's the innovative thing to do. Because every invention, every improvement, every achievement, every small step and giant leap inside our company and in the history of the world started when a different perspective was invited. A different voice was elevated. A different opinion was accepted. To us, inclusion is progress. And it's why we're reimagining how people come together. Changing the system. Tearing down barriers. Respecting and honoring each other's identities. Promoting equality and fairness. Using technology to create more opportunities. And powering a more inclusive future for each other. For good. For all.
Fast, always-on connectivity is a must in all aspects of our daily lives. And while global network capacity has grown exponentially since 2010, it's still not enough to meet surging demand. Growth of bandwidth-intensive applications will require another massive increase over the next decade. To get there, the network needs to scale without limits, from the network edge all the way to the core. At the same time, reducing complexity and increasing efficiency in day-to-day network operations becomes a must. Network operators can achieve this by focusing on technology innovation in these key areas: coherent optics, WDM line systems, optical network switching, and optical network automation. Coherent optics need to scale to provide ever greater TCO savings across metro, long-haul, and subsea applications. The optical line systems that carry the wavelengths must be able to scale to increase WDM network capacity over optical fiber cables. New innovations in OTN and wavelength switching will enable the scaling needed to efficiently and reliably manage massive amounts of bandwidth across the network. With optical network automation, networks will be able to adapt to outages in real time, automatically retransmitting data along alternate paths, and help operators scale while streamlining their operations, reducing manual effort and improving reliability. Tomorrow's networks will also leverage open APIs and new architectures to further simplify scaling and drive down costs. Nokia is delivering the technical innovation and network vision to make scaling simple. We are enabling the next decade of scaling with technology innovation in coherent optics, WDM line systems, and end-to-end POTN switching solutions. In parallel, intelligent optical automation software, open networking solutions, and evolution to simpler architectures will allow network operators to simplify their networks. At Nokia, we are driving the evolution of optical networks. Stay ahead of massive bandwidth demands, simplify and optimize architectures, while lowering costs of network operations. That's scale made simple.
Here's what security looks like today. Too many threats, too many fixes, too many controls across too many clouds. You end up with a patchwork of brilliant protections that's, well, complicated. And complicated is a problem, because it's harder to manage, which means easier to attack. So wouldn't it just be better if security could be simple? like a single security platform, integrated, centrally managed, powered by AI, accelerated by automation, delivering telemetry and visibility across your entire multi-cloud infrastructure. So everything that's connected is protected. That's Cisco Security Cloud, a cloud-based security platform that makes it easier for your users to access their apps, no matter where they are, securely. For your IT administrators to manage policy consistently across their entire environment. For your security team to detect and remediate breaches anywhere they're happening. And for your developers to create apps that are, from day one, already secure. Cisco Security Cloud. Better for users, easier for IT, optimized for developers, safer for everyone.
What we want to do in this Connected Africa Summit is to use this platform to elevate the discussions that we have been having at Connected Kenya to now a continental level, so that we think together as one continental ICT family and come up with a very clear tech roadmap.
The Connected Summit journey, Your Excellency, has been a long but exciting one. We started in the year 2009 with about 500 delegates, largely drawn from government. The summit has grown over the years to be what it is here today, a continental summit with delegates across Africa and beyond.
When it comes to success in retail, being prepared to meet your customers' needs is everything, and the insights are in the data. You need to unlock intelligence during a critical window, not waste time and incur costs while data transfers to and from a data center for processing. It's time to modernize your edge with HPE ProLiant Gen 11 to meet your customers when and where they are with faster insights. HPE ProLiant helps you do more with less and provides a trusted foundation for your everyday retail operations. Powered by 5th Gen Intel Xeon processors, we've optimized for emerging workloads such as AI and engineered for your hybrid world from edge to cloud. so you can automate shrinkage prevention or use flow analysis to determine where to stock high-value goods or impulse purchase. With the right edge computing partner, you can streamline operations and create better customer outcomes. From real-time inventory management that reduces errors and improves accuracy to tailored in-store experiences. We'll help you scale and seamlessly deploy your workloads. HPE ProLiant offers peace of mind with simplified management and industry-leading security innovation. Enjoy centrally supported lifecycle management with 5 times faster server firmware updates, and provide your teams with global visibility from a unified console so you can control your compute and bring compliant processes to your edge. When your customers expect reliable experiences, your choice of compute at the edge matters. Leverage your data at the edge for maximum performance and security. Catch up to your data and outpace the competition. Modernize your edge with HPE ProLiant Gen 11, powered by 5th Gen Intel Xeon processors.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa. When I say every business is a tech business, it is a reminder that technology innovation isn't just about what is flashy, it's about addressing real problems to help real people, like our ancestors did when they first used technology to create that first hand tool.
Telecommunication or telecoms as a whole is a really huge space or sector, so to speak, that has grown significantly over the years. And since the advent of internet and mobile phones, we are looking forward as Liquid Fraternity to contributing to the design and content of this important event. We're looking at exchange of ideas, especially with a view to this summit. We're looking at an environment which is going to give us a platform to really exchange ideas other than just networking. You know, we're looking at a place where people are going to really change innovative ideas. So I would not really say that this is a Liquid per se game. It's not a gig for Liquid. It's a gig for everybody to be here and exchange wonderful ideas.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt In. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
Fiber Group Limited is a manufacturing company of fiber optic cables. This is ADSS cables, duct cables, fiber to the home. Nia Fiber Group Limited is the only fiber manufacturing company in Kenya. At Nia Fiber, we export cables to different countries in East and Southern Africa.
Whenever we start any production, we do the quality testing and we have the full traceability. Even after 10 years, there will be hundreds, thousands of fibers, but we can trace the results back.
My name is Fiona Kidui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills. And we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to the employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model so that when they get to your doorstep, they're really equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is great, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you need us out there.
Liquid Intelligent Technologies has a mission to connect and enable all Africans through our intelligent technology solutions, ensuring that no one on the continent is left behind. We are working hard to provide people throughout Africa with the infrastructure and solutions they need to empower economic growth in the countries we serve. We believe that fast, reliable connectivity is a critical enabler for growth. It is only possible to enjoy the benefits of a digital economy when people have access to online services. Liquid Intelligent Technologies provides African solutions to enable Africans and local businesses to answer their challenges. The East-West corridors deployed by Liquid Intelligent Technologies offers a resilient alternative for internet and private traffic, taking the shortest paths between the 2 African coasts. More people than ever before will be able to reap the benefits of redundancy and access to high-speed connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies offers the lowest latency performance between Miami and Singapore via Africa, and provides access to all the major sea cable networks connecting to the African continent. Global carriers and content providers are now able to transmit through Africa to other global points of presence. These corridors further our mission to connect every country on the continent and bring the many proven economic benefits of improved connectivity and technology solutions. In particular, for organizations looking to maximize opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Liquid Intelligence Technologies fiber network extends more than 100,000 kilometers over 13 countries across the continent, enabling communities to digitally connect. We were the first company to terrestrially connect the Cape to Cairo, and now we are the first to connect East Africa to West Africa via 3 corridors of fiber connectivity. With the East-West corridors, Liquid Intelligence Technologies builds Africa's digital future.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Convergence is bringing together the best of 2 worlds. Consolidation, on the other hand, is combining multiple elements to create a more effective whole. When both concepts are put together, you get reduced complexity, increased protection, and improved incident response. You get the Fortinet Security Fabric. With the Fortinet Security Fabric, organizations can control safe application access everywhere and provide consistent protection and user experience across all edges, while securing any application journey on any cloud. The Fortinet Security Fabric simplifies operational management and speeds up processes with AI-powered analytics and automation. An open ecosystem supporting more than 500 technology suppliers and threat intelligence partners means better end-to-end protection in multi-vendor environments. All this while consistently countering threats in real time with AI-powered coordinated protections. A cybersecurity mesh platform that adapts as today's networks and even threats themselves evolve. That's the Fortinet Security Fabric. Digital security everywhere you need it.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
So here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see gold plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
You probably think Visa's a debit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow. Today. NTT Data.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
The primary ambition of this summit is that through determined collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals as well as the AU's Agenda 2063.
No hay tiempo y dimensión, y lo único que escucho es el ritmo de la canción. Ni segundo ni minuto. Acelera y freno en seco.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
We have a system called Ardhi Sasa. So we've been digitizing and digitalizing our land registries and our processes across the country. But we're almost 100% complete in Nairobi. So now the difference with the digital system, at the click of a button, you will get information. At the click of a button, you will get historical information about a parcel of land. It has curbed fraud. You know, people are so happy. ICT will bring up lots of innovations. ICT is opening up more opportunities every day. So I think people now should start thinking ICT, not just, land transactions, valuation transactions, registration. That will change. I'm really looking forward to experiencing this summit, Connected, because it's my first one. If you have something that you would like to showcase to the world, Connected is a platform where you can do that. I believe this will be transforming to all our stakeholders, our delegates, our attendees, considering even the participation is from the continent and perhaps even beyond. So I welcome each and every of the participants, the delegates, the VIPs, the directors, the PSs, the CSs. It will be a great experience.
ICT Authority has held Connected Summit for the last 12 years. We've had conversations that have been very fruitful and has impacted our country. On the 13th event, we are very happy that it's coming to be African and continental. There are also these emerging issues that we've seen during the COVID-19, how it affected global supply chains. How do we position Kenya in the continent and the region as a contributor to the global economic growth by giving diversification of supply chain and also availing our smart talent to be able to be contributors to the global economy.
As the only fiber manufacturing company, we will be attending Connected, and we encourage all the delegates that will be here that they can also visit our factory, and we will take them through our manufacturing process so that they see how innovation and technology is happening in Kenya. As Near Fiber, one of our biggest advantages is that we have enabled our customers. We've shortened the lead time to our customers where they used to import cables from, let's say, India and China for 4 months, and we've reduced this to 2 weeks production and delivery to our customer. This will help the customer to deliver their project faster and also start earning revenue early enough. We've also ensured that we are able to deliver these goods within East Africa as the fastest possible because of the East Africa community, and we are able to deliver within 3 weeks, for example, to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Ethiopia.
A leading European online business network with a user base spanning 15 million members found itself grappling with the complexities of rapid data growth and scaling analytics. Traditional solutions like NFS stores and relational databases couldn't keep pace with the demands of real-time data integration, performance monitoring, and the advanced analytics required by their distributed teams. The gears were grinding to a halt. Like a machine needing fine-tuning, their existing data and AI solutions needed to catch up. HP Emerald Data Fabric made their operations run smoothly. The platform provided the stability, security, and scalability they desperately needed. It also enabled real-time data integration with other sources like Adobe Analytics. This empowered stakeholders with self-service access to raw data for immediate analysis. Now multiple use cases could be handled on a single cluster, and their clunky machinery became a well-oiled, enterprise-ready machine. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Data management and administration time was slashed from 30% to less than 10%, freeing up resources for innovation. The ability to instantly glean insights from raw data opened up new avenues for business opportunities. Moreover, the platform's new global namespace eliminated the confusion of accessing and finding data and provided the global visibility needed by the data science teams. Now, not only is their machine well-oiled, but it's also more versatile and powerful than ever, capable of easily adapting to future challenges.
This is a very, very important week for Africa, Your Excellency, because it gives us the opportunity as Africa to discuss the emerging issues in our operational environment in view of dynamism in the technological space and come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap.
At Cisco, we believe inclusion isn't just the right thing to do, it's the innovative thing to do. Because every invention, every improvement, every achievement, every small step and giant leap inside our company and in the history of the world started when a different perspective was invited. A different voice was elevated. A different opinion was accepted. To us, inclusion is progress. And it's why we're reimagining how people come together. Changing the system. Tearing down barriers. Respecting and honoring each other's identities. Promoting equality and fairness. Using technology to create more opportunities. And powering a more inclusive future for each other. For good. For all.
Fast, always-on connectivity is a must in all aspects of our daily lives. And while global network capacity has grown exponentially since 2010, it's still not enough to meet surging demand. Growth of bandwidth-intensive applications will require another massive increase over the next decade. To get there, the network needs to scale without limits, from the network edge all the way to the core. At the same time, reducing complexity and increasing efficiency in day-to-day network operations becomes a must. Network operators can achieve this by focusing on technology innovation in these key areas: coherent optics, WDM line systems, optical network switching, and optical network automation. Coherent optics need to scale to provide ever greater TCO savings across metro, long-haul, and subsea applications. The optical line systems that carry the wavelengths must be able to scale to increase WDM network capacity over optical fiber cables. New innovations in OTN and wavelength switching will enable the scaling needed to efficiently and reliably manage massive amounts of bandwidth across the network. With optical network automation, networks will be able to adapt to outages in real time, automatically retransmitting data along alternate paths, and help operators scale while streamlining their operations, reducing manual effort and improving reliability. Tomorrow's networks will also leverage open APIs and new architectures to further simplify scaling and drive down costs. Nokia is delivering the technical innovation and network vision to make scaling simple. We are enabling the next decade of scaling with technology innovation in coherent optics, WDM line systems, and end-to-end POTN switching solutions. In parallel, intelligent optical automation software, open networking solutions, and evolution to simpler architectures will allow network operators to simplify their networks. At Nokia, we are driving the evolution of optical networks. Stay ahead of massive bandwidth demands, simplify and optimize architectures, while lowering costs of network operations. That's scale made simple.
Here's what security looks like today. Too many threats, too many fixes, too many controls across too many clouds. You end up with a patchwork of brilliant protections that's, well, complicated. And complicated is a problem, because it's harder to manage, which means easier to attack. So wouldn't it just be better if security could be simple, like a single security platform, integrated, centrally managed, powered by AI, accelerated by automation, delivering telemetry and visibility across your entire multi-cloud infrastructure. So everything that's connected is protected. That's Cisco Security Cloud. A cloud-based security platform that makes it easier for your users to access their apps, no matter where they are, securely. For your IT administrators to manage policy consistently across their entire environment. For For your security team to detect and remediate breaches anywhere they're happening. And for your developers to create apps that are, from day one, already secure. Cisco Security Cloud. Better for users, easier for IT, optimized for developers, safer for everyone.